I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm here. I'm David Sponheim, and today is our Sustainable Saturday, and there's nothing sustainable about this picture. A beautiful skate park valued at millions of dollars being covered up with sand. You're seeing the devolution, the de-evolution of our society right now over an overreaction to somebody's belief that COVID is a bad thing. The numbers of COVID people in America that died, the real number is more like 7,500. 37,000 they claim died, but more like 7,500 because only 20% of the people that are identified as a COVID victim are actually a COVID victim. I can't bear to watch this because this takes millions of dollars to build these skate parks and they're just covering it up with more money. This is nonsense. What about just putting a little sign saying not available right now? Posting a security guard? This is a permanent condition. You can't just empty the sand out once it's in there. To get that sand out, it has to be pulled out by hand. If you go in there with a skip loader, it would take out the sides of the skate park itself. So what they're doing right now is extremely disturbing and indicative of what I think is an overall shutdown and takeover of our country. Right now, our country is under attack internally. Our president is working for Russian oligarchs who work for the New World Order. The Chinese government is trying to win the favor of the Rothschilds by kissing up to the Rothschilds, and they too are part of the New World Order. That's why we aren't getting solid information from the Chinese government. Welcome everybody over at DLive. We got a lot of people coming in, just trying to sign up to that network for the first time. Welcome. Somebody said today, the best response to COVID-19 is David 2020. I thought I'd make that my motto for tonight. I am alerting people to the dangers of and safety factors of the chemtrail, 5G vaccine, RFID problem that we have today. Our president and our leaders have not even looked into the safety factors of these things, and we have to ask ourselves, before we proceed, we have to get safety tests done on human beings, animal studies done, everything. And we're still without safety tests. So I'll be harping on safety for all these issues for the whole evening. I hope you realize that. The fact that our country is now being told that they have to stay inside is illegal. It's a violation of the U.S. Constitution. And I'm not the only one who believes that. Judge Napolitano on Fox believes it as full-heartedly. I'm going to let this video play right now, and you get a chance and listen to what Judge Napolitano says, because it really stipulates exactly what's going on in our country.
Thousands of protesters fled Michigan State's Capitol over the governor's stay-at-home order. Listen.
Instead of looking at essential and non-essential, let's start looking at what's safe and unsafe and start getting people back to work.
Quarantine is for the sick, not for the healthy. It's time to open up.
We're going to take our liberties and we're going to keep them and we're going to fight for them.
Now, I'll get to Judge Napolitano in a second, but this week we've got lots of protests going on across the country. We've got live all across the country. San Diego was ablaze with people running around and honking on their car horns. It was amazing. There were people all over San Diego. Let me show you what was going on today in San Diego, California. And you remember that the mayor in San Diego released 3,500 prisoners, right, into the population last week. Well, I don't think these people are prisoners. These are hardworking American citizens who don't have a job. Needless to say, people are engaged in what is called civil disobedience, which I recommend. There's no law against driving around your car. You're not doing anything wrong, honking your horn. There's a strong rally for America right now, but the problem is a lot of these people are confused. They somehow think that Donald Trump is calling them to protest. You're not. No, Donald Trump made a decree yesterday urging people to protest, and that alone is a felony. You can't urge people to protest. I'm not telling you to protest. That could lead to riots. I only told you to engage in civil disobedience. That means going out and doing your own thing like you normally do. They can't keep you in your house. You have the right to assemble. You have the right to bear arms too. That's really what those people are about. Trump literally wants to turn the country into a riot. You see, he doesn't have the authority to tell you that you have to stay in your house. Neither does your governor. The reality is, your governor has this belief. A lot of Democratic governors believe in this socialist theory that the governor can tell you what to do. No, your Bill of Rights stands before the government of your state or the federal government. Our country was predicated, and you can read this in the Declaration of Independence. Our country was predicated on you pursuing your happiness. Yeah, and if you don't pursue your happiness, you don't even need a country. The whole purpose of our country is to help you pursue your happiness. That's the whole purpose of our government. Not to impose restrictions where you have all of your Bill of Rights violated. Now, you Republicans, I've got to ask you, before I go any farther, have you heard Donald Trump say he will never stick forced injections or vaccinations in your blood? No, you haven't. He never said he would never do that. He's never stipulated like I have. I will never force vax the American people. You'll never be forced into a vaccination situation. I promise you that. He won't even commit to that. And I will never take away your rights of your privacy in your house, which are currently under attack. Donald Trump is siding with the social mindset of the Chinese government. And we found out today that Donald Trump is actually involved in supporting the Epoch Times. Yeah, I was quite shocked. The Epoch Times is run by the Chinese government.
Dr. Birx will...
And he's all over that. Yeah, he's got Epoch Times representation. He's been getting a lot of Epoch Times references. Is Donald Trump working for China? Because China owns Epoch Times. I did not see the screenshot of the Mark Von Lix. Let me take a look at it. All right, let me get through a couple things before I do that. Let me play Judge Napolitano. That's what I really want to do. Here he is.
To Liberty File, on Fox Nation, Judge Andrew Napolitano. Judge, these restrictions are ridiculous, and thousands of people came out to protest. Does it surprise you?
It surprises me that it took them this long to come out, Brian. Good morning. It's always good to be on with you, even if we're so far apart from each other. This is a blatant violation of the Bill of Rights, a blatant violation of freedom of assembly, of your right to purchase a product that you decide is essential. If you go to a big box store in Michigan and you decide, instead of buying cereal, I want to buy grass seed, instead of buying paper towels, I want to buy a garden hose, you have violated the governor's executive order, and theoretically, because she's threatened to do this, she'll shut down the big box store because they sold you grass seed and a garden hose instead of cereal and paper towels. These are not decisions for the government to make. These are decisions for individuals to make. And the sooner we take our freedoms back, the less likely the government will be able to continue doing this. And if we don't take our freedoms back, they might not come back.
And it's really getting tough now because it wasn't the only place there were protests. But let me just see, let everybody hear what the governor said. Quote, we question some restrictions that Governor Whitmer has imposed as overstepping her authority. This is according to the protester. She has created a vague framework of emergency laws that only confuse Michigan citizens. As a result, will not have strict enforcement of these orders. So they're not going to comply. Guess where else they're protesting? They're protesting in Kentucky, Ohio, North Carolina, and Virginia. And as more and more states go online and get their rights back, that is going to fuel, I believe, other states to go, wait a second, this is getting ridiculous. You got 29 states without a big imprint from this virus. Don't you think that's where it's heading, Judge?
I do think that's where it's heading. You know, here in New Jersey, the governor boasts. He boasted to Tucker Carlson last night, the Bill of Rights is above my pay grade. The Bill of Rights is above your pay grade. You took a solemn oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, which includes the Bill of Rights. When these governors try to write law rather than enforce law that the legislature has written, they violate the federal Constitution, they violate the state Constitution, and in the case of Governor Murphy in New Jersey, who says the Bill of Rights is above his pay grade, that's the felony of misconduct in office. It's an impeachable offense for a governor either knowingly or negligently to crush civil liberties, as these governors have done.
And Judge, 10 seconds. I feel bad for law enforcement. They have to enforce these ridiculous rules. Your thought?
Brian, I have spoken to cops. They hate what the governors are making them do. Most of the cops that I've spoken to, their hearts are with the people.
Got you, Judge.
Okay, we are under attack right now. Our entire show is under attack. In case you didn't know, that was Judge Napolitano. He's a spokesperson for Fox on Justice Matters. Okay, thank you. I'm going to give you guys a Periscope link in case you can't get our show at all because our iVlog show is down. There's no stream at Vaughn. There's no stream at iVlog. And I'm going to go ahead and give you this link as well. Thank you, Monique Destiny. Welcome. Okay, you guys have a Periscope link. You can watch this simultaneously. I am going to go reboot my browser. I'm going to actually do my VPN thing. Thank you. I'm going to shut the VPN down and bring it back up again. I think they're DDoSing me too. All right. Hold, please. One moment, please. Disconnecting. Good. All right. We're coming back slowly. Refresh. Click here to enter. Yep, I'm just We rebooted a different VPN. We're under attack, folks. This is a direct attack against the network which we're building. We're being slammed with DDoS attacks. So refresh if you can. Thank you. Yeah, we've been doing this a long time, so this is not unusual. Refresh if necessary. iBlog, we're trying to get back on the show there too. I think the whole network at iBlog is down. All right. So as we do the show, we're being constantly, we're being constantly harassed by DDoSers, and the reason is our message is very, very clear. All of these things that we're currently experiencing right now, like Andrew Cuomo's nipple rings, is all part of an ongoing conspiracy of unbelievable corruption. You didn't expect to see Andrew Cuomo's nipple rings, did you? I know. But there they are. And the reality is this is a guy from a family of corrupt politicians. They've been, it's called nepotism when your children become politicians. Nancy Pelosi's father was a politician. He was charged with corruption at one point. D Live is okay? Okay, good. All right, guys. But, you can't help but look at those nipple rings when you stare at the picture, right? Because it's unlike any other politician to have nipple rings. It's more than that. It's like, what kind of a person thinks they've got such a pad existence that they could run around with nipple rings and run for office? Thank you. You like my hair? Thank you so much. I know, it looks good, doesn't it? Yeah, so anybody who feels like they can run around with nipple rings and do whatever they want and then not even legalize marijuana in the state, that's another problem. So is video down now? All right. Oh, you want a little? Come here. Yeah. I haven't been giving my cat very much attention. I think she wants to sit in my lap. You want to get some attention? Come on. Yeah, she's just playing games with me. The White House has pushed the FEMA, and they let the biggest contract get away. Yeah, let me put this on the screen. The White House pushed FEMA to let the biggest pandemic contract go without bids. You're not going to believe what this is. Donald Trump catering to all his cronies. Last month, the deadly new virus swept, sure, but he's gone ahead and pushed his own cronies who happen to work at a company called Airboss Defense Group in Maryland. Got the granddaddy of contracts in this recent procurement. Yeah. 100,000 powered respirators and filters. Right. FEMA put the order together, and it's against the backdrop of a $750 billion budget request. They're getting $140 million. And it makes up 2/3 of the amount of money that of the $140 million they're going to get. So this is a big win for Airboss. And the CEO of the Airboss company said the firm's devices have been used for many years protecting doctors from contagion. The picture is pretty self-explanatory. He referred to ProPublica, the White House, for further information. But the White House did not respond to questions. Trump's White House involvement in the purchasing supplies is highly unusual because the task of figuring out the best suppliers is typically left to procurement professionals and acquisition lawyers who know the markets best. So this whole task force pushed this order through, and it made this company very rich without a competitive bid. That's what's going on. Jared Kushner and Donald Trump are making money on the side. They're making COVID test kits too. That's pretty weird. Why would people with no knowledge of this be profiting? Well, it turns out that Donald Trump has hired Martin Shkreli to make the COVID test kits. We don't have COVID test kits. We've got these things called Q-tips that go in our nose. We talked about it yesterday. Virtually 5 inches it goes back there. I saw one doctor have it done to him. He was crying. It was so painful. All right. Okay. Gave her a little hand. She has to be touched. She's 17 years old. The cat needs a little physical contact. And so do you. I mean, I don't know how you guys are getting through it without physically contacting each other. You're all suffering from like an emotional paralysis from this incredible hoax that's being perpetrated on American people. This is a consortium of the people that created the COVID-19 virus and named it. The people that are the perpetrators of releasing this bioengineered weapon on our society would be hypothetically alleged Bill Gates. And now the World Health Organization is called into question. Yes, but more importantly, we're still listening to their decree. Why did Donald Trump accept this as a pandemic? I would have said, I'm underfunding World Health Organization. We're not going to fund them, and I won't accept their belief that this is a pandemic. That's what I would have done. I would never have allowed them to push this pandemic upon the entire culture. But Donald Trump didn't take a stand against the World Health Organization. And like I said earlier, he's never taken a stand against forced vaccinations. I know that as an American, I would feel so much better if Donald Trump announced on Monday, we will never ever force vaccinate the American people. That's all I need. That would calm me down. You guys want to get back to work, and you need to be told, I want everyone to get back to work. That's all he has to say. You'll never be forced vaccinated, and you all could go back to work. That's all he has to say to get our country going, but instead he shut our country down. He flat out shut it down. So Trump is proving to be a puppet of the New World Order. He's working with this consortium of Chinese, Russian, and globalists that are working together with oligarchs to control Donald Trump. That's exactly what's going on. And he's got the puppet of a lifetime out there with Bill Gates. Bill Gates has this incredible desire to inject people, and he's already killed 55,000 African children. And there are literally 496,000 Indian children who are paralyzed, totally paralyzed, and their mother and father have to keep them on a ventilator. Nearly 500,000 people, because this guy took over the polio program in India and forced 50 shots of polio vaccine into each child under 5, causing nearly 500,000 children to be paralyzed. It's unbelievable. So lo and behold, the guy that rigged the election in favor of Donald Trump, rigged the impeachment process in favor of Donald Trump, the guy who's been by his side pretty much the whole time, Lindsey Graham, who gets money from Len Blavatnik, a Russian oligarch, part of this New World Order. This guy is now saying he really likes Bill Gates, and he doesn't like the World Health Organization. So now Donald Trump should not like the World Health Organization. I get that. I wouldn't like him either. But now he wants to endorse Bill Gates, the guy who wants to stick us all with needles. Look at how evil these people are. This guy gets $3 million to get reelected from a Russian oligarch named Len Blavatnik, who works for Oleg Deripaska, who's the guy who rigged our election. Seriously.
I'm trying to stay 6 feet away from my refrigerator, but I'm losing that battle. So another Chick-fil-A meal here. I just want to say thank you for joining me. I'll try to give you some up-to-date information and take a few questions. And, until we get back to normal, we're going to be doing more of this. I miss being out trail, meeting people in person, but those days will be back with us. We've got a ways to go, but there is some light at the end of the tunnel to the World Health Organization. We need one. We've got great scientists there, but the leadership I've lost confidence in. They've been too apologetic for China. It's time now to get new leadership. If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding. If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding.
Holy crap.
If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding. If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding. Get a guy like Bill Gates leading the.
Anyone who would endorse Bill Gates at this point, after all of the failed vaccination attempts that he's engaged in around the world, is evil, pure evil. And if Lindsey Graham needs to be called out as pure evil, I don't mind jumping on that bandwagon. I'm not a very religious person, but I'm a spiritually guided person, and I've always lived my life ethically, properly. I'm sorry, but there's something very sick about somebody who wants to stick people with needles thinking they're saving them when they're killing them. Now, let me remind you, the Spanish flu killed. I'm going to go back on Vaughn, back and forth. The Spanish flu killed 100 million people, they say. 500 million were infected in 1918. The reason why they actually were infected is because they were trying vaccines back in 1918, and they were sticking people with needles back then, too. This isn't the first time we've seen needles. And the vaccination process that's gone on has virtually created this crisis leading to the death and the democide and genocide of people around the world. So they're trying it again, basically. I'm spraying myself with a little freshener. Hang on. That was my antiseptic spray. I made this myself with black tea, witch hazel, and lemon juice. It's a pretty good combo. It's totally natural and doesn't affect me. This is my other one. I have my fruit enzyme. It's been a long day, and I just started, 11 a.m. today? Every day is a 14-hour show now, and if you want to access our show, go to coolrock.com, which is my flagship site that I use to get people to come to my show. It's a fun and a free site. I'm not making a penny on it, and it's a place to go to get all our link buttons. Here's our YouTube channel here, and we just had a major loss. One of our videos was taken out by YouTube without even a message as to what was going on. We don't know why they pulled it, but they pulled it. And I'm just happy to have my storage there, but I can move to BitChute, no problem. I've got 30,000 hours of backup video. I can just start uploading to BitChute. It's either way. If YouTube wants to cut me in completely, I'll just go to BitChute. It won't be a problem. If I want to get my video to you right away that was just censored, I will send that to you at 153news.net. I'm going to upload it tonight. In the meantime, that was like a week ago. That was a censored video, pulled it completely off. Here are the links to get to our cool site. WebOasis is a great place. You can find gaming there. You can check out our gaming. This is not a site I have created, but it's a great link to a site that really is cool, and it's got a free arcade here on the left if you go there. I would supervise your kids, though, if you're on the site, because WebOasis has got lots of links all over the internet that can take you to weird places. I can't vouch for all the links here, but man, what a utility. Way better than Google by far. So you can find that link in the upper right-hand corner on our main page at Cool Rock. Now, coolrock.com is best seen on the Dissenter.com browser. You can also watch it on Chrome, but because of all the cryptocurrency mining that's been going on, we're having a problem. So right now our show is down at iVlog. You can see that. They've shut the server down. I'm so popular worldwide, they're DDoSing the show, and they've been trying to keep me off of all the networks past couple days. Vaughn's been knocking me off 5-6 times a night, and I understand we're off and on with Vaughn. If Vaughn can't see me, if video is down, guys, I want you to send me a link saying video's down. Thank you. So I can just see video down on that. Okay? It's slow and it's intermittent, but HTML5 is working pretty well over at DLive right now. But you can get to the DLive button by going to this place right here. See that? That's our new DLive button. And this is our Vaughn Live chat. You can use the pop-out chat button. That's the only way to find it now. Highly recommend using these tools. Yeah, there's a Dissenter browser if you want to download it, or go to Dissenter.com and download it there. We put in a new soundboard, lots of fun stuff. You might want to check it out. This is all free. You can play music on this site. If you want to record what you're doing, go to the Record a Song button and download the Vukaroo. It actually is not a download. It's just you click a button and you authorize your audio, your microphone to work. It's very simple, and it records a file for you Super easy to use. Scissor Fight's music, great audio engineer. Scissor Fight has done an amazing job making royalty-free music. But we can put royalty-free music on right now if you want. I'll show you what this is. Click the button. Real simple stuff. Play with that, have fun with that. There's a really cool board that was just given to us by Misanthropy. He found the link. We got a great asteroid game here to play during the show. Now, all these things you can move around on the Cool Rock page. So if you want to play with that, feel free. All right, in any event, I am going to talk about what's been in the news today. And this president has been a disaster, just like we predicted. He is simply doing the wrong thing wherever he turns, and he seems to be doing the work of the Chinese and the Russians, not the Americans. If he had leadership quality and understood the Constitution, he would realize that he has to declare martial law to suspend our First, Second, and Fourth, or any of our amendments. He cannot suspend our Constitution, and that stands way ahead of this decree that he put out. Now, he claims he has total control, and there's no reference to that at all. In fact, if he doesn't declare martial law and justify it within a 6-month period, it's pretty much of no value. So ironically, his attempt to push us into a corner and force us out of work has been illegal. Yep, DLive is good, and you got the chat room on the side. Good, thank you guys. Hello, Mr. Porker, how are you? So until Donald Trump declares martial law, it's legal. Now, when Donald Trump initiated this process, yeah, not that process. There it is. Trump at war with states over lockdowns, calls on people to rise up. That's actually felonious for him to do that. I have not urged any of you to protest publicly, have I? I merely said engage in civil disobedience. Big difference. Yeah, I'm not trying to get people to protest openly. I would rather you worked online and did the show and contacted people you knew. I'd rather word of mouth happen in your homes and we kept this message going and going viral than for you to go protest. Because if you protest and get violent, it's basically going to turn into martial law. In 3 cities, they have to get rioting going on to justify martial law under current laws. Now, if you just simply drive your car around in a circle, that's called civil disobedience. There's a stay-at-home order. Get in your car, take a drive. Yeah, so bear in mind, I'm not preaching violence. I'm preaching civil disobedience like what Gandhi did when he got the British rule to leave India. It works, and it will work here too. But if he doesn't have the environment to declare martial law, then Donald Trump will continue being an illegal president, making illegal decrees and claiming he has total control. Now, the problem with Donald Trump goes way, way back to when he got money to just keep his businesses going by the Russian oligarchs. He's been a puppet of the New World Order all along, and you Republicans just wouldn't want to listen. You kept saying, no, that's fake news, it's all fake news. You believed him. But now it's coming home, your chickens are coming home to roost, and you're realizing, he lied to you. All of you. And it doesn't feel good to be lied to. So our country now is facing a big, big problem. A man who literally is tanking our country, destroying it, bringing on a group of people like Bill Gates with one goal in mind, global domination. Donald Trump is trying to trigger rioting by asking you to rise up. No president in the history of our country has ever said, you've got to, start rioting or something. It's unprecedented for the president of the United States to say you should go protest your governors. This is unheard of. So he's there clearly trying to get people riled up so that he can declare martial law. Now, in 1997, Bill Gates did an article with John F. Kennedy Jr., in which he talked to what the worst scenario would be: an overpopulated planet choked to extinction by a lung-attacking virus. That's what Bill Gates wrote in the article. We have this proof of this, the George Magazine. We proved it. So Bill Gates has been planning this, the genocidal attack on humanity with his vaccines for years. And he even telegraphed it back in 1997. Bill Gates has been a busy beaver out there taking your federal dollars after he lied and cheated to get the MS-DOS system out there. He took a guy named Gary Kildall's program, which there was a bootleg copy of it out there. He got that and then gave it to IBM and then said he had the contract. It was the biggest crock of thievery in the history of all companies. I mean, Bill Gates literally has created a $125 billion personal wealth for himself with a stolen idea that Gary never got a penny for. Gary died, by the way. Alcohol took him down. And he was beaten up in a biker bar, and we never ever found the killer of Gary Kildall. Could have been somebody put up to it by somebody with a lot of money. Possibly. So all these things are really circulating. Now you're in the crosshairs of Bill Gates' evil plan to commit genocide, and you got Lindsey Graham giving him approval and acting like, oh, good guy, yeah. Great. Meanwhile, people are at this point...
World Health Organization now would increase funding. If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding. Like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization. All
right, so this guy, like I said, took money from a Russian oligarch connected to the man who rigged our election. Mull that over in your head for a while. He took money and so did Mitch McConnell, and now they're trying to take over our country because they're the two top leading senators, and all the other senators are like, they want to kiss their ass. So we've got total corruption in our government, which is literally swallowing it up and handing it over to the mouth of the beast itself, the New World Order. Now, if you are the person that I think you Americans are, and the kind of people that I grew up with, we absolutely... Trump is just a suck-up to the World Health Organization. No. Donald Trump never said anything about the World Health Organization director being a terrorist, communist. He never talked about the fact that the history of that man got support from China. We never got that. You know, turning on the World Health Organization and honoring the decree of a pandemic is absurd. If you want to say that the World Health Organization is behind the plan to poison the world with this virus, I'm all aboard. I'll be glad to say that. I'll even say that Bill Gates is behind the plan to put this virus in the air. I'll say that too. Allege it. I'll even say that Lindsey Graham is behind the plan to control our country from the New World Order. I'll say that too. I'll say all the true things that need to be said. I'll even say that I won't force vax one of you. Will Donald Trump say that? Can you get Donald Trump to say that he won't stick a needle in you? Guaranteed? Because right now, a lot of you are afraid that you're going to be COVID tested in your home and the National Guard will be parked right out front and they'll force the vaccine and the chip into every one of you. Now, I'm committing to no forced vaxes, no door-to-door searches of our homes, our violation of our Fourth Amendment. Can you get that same thing from Donald Trump? Now, you go back and do your homework project, you retardicans, because you need to get back and get him to commit to something about forced vaccinations. All right? All right. Here's Columbus, Ohio today. Another, all kinds of people around the country are civil disobedience is going on all over the place. People are just gathering in their cars, and rightfully so. Don't get out of your car. It's dangerous. Your car is more safe than you know. Believe it or not, your automobile is a portable Faraday cage. I know that sounds like a little strange to believe, but it's all metal, except for your glass, but there's little parts, flecks of metal in your glass too. But your car is a defense against the 5G network and against a cop pulling you over and zapping you with a taser. Your car is actually your best defense, all of you. So if you're going to stand there and tune your horn to protest, go right ahead. But once you get out of that car and get into a crowd, anything bad can happen. So yeah, keep America rolling. Seriously. That was my stomach going burp. I think I've lost at least 5 pounds since this whole thing started. We're on day 34, by the way. You're right now in your van using your Wi-Fi. Excellent, germ rat pig. Right on. Well, a Faraday cage, sure. A Faraday cage is the technology is very old. It dates back to the same concept that Nikola Tesla had with electromagnetic frequencies and field radiation. The Faraday cage was developed to protect radiation from hitting you. So if there's a cage or a large block of metal around you, I'll show you. Specifically a cage, what it does is when radiation comes at you from any direction, it hits the cage and it doesn't go any farther into the area below it. Similarly, if you put a cage like this around see, it's protecting you from fluorescent lights, EMIs, any kind of a soldering iron has electromagnetic frequency radiation. Toasters put them out. So if you put something in a Faraday cage, like all your credit cards, they'll be protected. Now, if the 5G network is a dangerous, unsafe thing, which I believe it is because they refuse to test it on humans or actually we are being tested. Sorry to say it. Yeah, they are testing it on humans. They're not testing it on laboratory animals, and we know it kills people. We've seen that overseas. Okay, so the Faraday cage goes around, say, a pole too. Well, if I put a 5G pole up through the middle of that Faraday cage, it'll actually prevent the radiation from getting past it. Here's the old technology and use of the Faraday cage in the old days. Yeah, it would typically prevent the electric current from getting inside. You can see there's kids in that picture. They're protected. So electricity would spike, normally electrocute people at that distance. The Faraday cage totally protects them. So the same is true with your car. That's why driving around in a circle, if gas is cheap, hey, have fun. Enjoy your car, turn your air conditioning on, turn the radio on, let your family have a good time. Seriously. There's no reason why they would keep us from assembling and gathering with our cars. But once you get out of that car, dangerous things can happen. Okay? What is the 5G network and why is it so unsafe? That's the $1 million question. Or in this case, the $1 trillion question. While we are here, while we are in our house hiding from the man and whatever else comes your way, many of you are just like I am, in my house. I even wear a mask when I go outside because I don't know what they're spraying outside. I really don't. If there's toxins, I'm concerned. But if we look at the potential danger of radiation, let's take a look at what a 5G network did in an instance in England. And a guy walked up to this pole, and he couldn't believe his RF meter was through the roof, and he walked up to this pole. It was right next to a children's playground. Yeah, scary. I better not play that because I got kicked off YouTube for playing that last one. I'm merely talking about the safety factor of 5G, mind you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me pull up my first slide. And I want to apologize and to thank Alon and Paul for all of their efforts to organize this meeting, which have been extremely helpful. And I was intending to be with you, but due to illness, was not able to make my flight.
Okay, I'm not going to show you the other clip because I was pulled off YouTube for that. I'm going to show you a portion of this. These are a top group of professors who understand everything about wireless and cell phone radiation and public policy. And they've been trying for years with toxicology reports left and right, sending it to the EPA and the FDA saying cell phones and radiation, field radiation, can cause cancer. It can alter your DNA. And this woman is brilliant. She went into great detail. I'm just going to play a little snippet of this for you. tell you about how the electromagnetic waves affect our bodies.
Feces can be stimulated by this exposure, and that those can directly damage sperm cells. Now, the effects have been shown to influence a whole cascade of proteins, seen here with ligand protein receptors. And these proteins can either tell cells to die, apoptosis, or they can influence the development of cancer. So again, it's the structure or the function of DNA that can be affected by cell phone radiation. So that even though cell phone radiation does not have strength enough to break the basic nucleotide bonds, it can damage DNA. And it can do it through a variety of mechanisms that have been suggested here in this work by Kesari.
Okay, so she went on to talk about it's not just the intensity of the 5G network that's dangerous. It's the pulsing that's going on and the greater number of repetitive signals that are going on. So they say 5G is 20 times more powerful than the 4G network. And I don't know about you, but I have no problem. Yeah, I'll play Scott Jensen, sure. I have no problem with people exposed outside. If you're holding your phone at this level from afar and you have it on speakerphone, that's a safe distance to talk. It's safe to be away from that radiation. So just use speakerphone. I have a cell phone. I don't have it connected to me. I'm not doing digital updates of where my location is. That's a violation of privacy. I would never do that. But many people are not aware that this is an ongoing exposure issue that will lead to DNA damage. So if you hold your phone next to your head and it's pulsing, especially a 5G phone, you've got a problem. So you got to hold your phone at arm's length. And I'm amazed the government hasn't done a strong effort to give us a public service announcement and say, hey, this is what you need to do, all of us. But our government has not looked out for our best interest. That's why this says unsafe chemtrails. That's why this whole thing is unsafe 5G, unsafe vaccines, unsafe RFID. We're not getting answers from our government about things that are going right in our face, installed right where we are. Now, if you are in your schools, getting back to normal soon, you may notice that most of your schools will have brand new electronic systems put into them. That's happening right now as we speak. They're systematically using this downtime when people are at home to install 5G, dangerous 5G systems in our schools. Now, what I'm proposing, folks, is not like people that want to stomp on and hurt 5G technology. I actually want to make 5G technology safe. And that's the difference between me and a lot of whack jobs out there who want to call 5G, the end of the world. I actually believe that we can build a 5G safe system. I call it 5G plus. And with the right technology, Faraday cages in place, we'll be able to do this. We'll actually be able to create a 5G plus system. And that's the goal that I have long term. How will it be safe? It will have limiters. It'll have the ability to prevent any type of radiation from getting near you. Even the 5G poles that are out there right now will have cages over them that will limit the broadcast field radiation. It's all about controlling the field radiation. And then it'll be safe. And when we put limiters on the wires, we will be able to monitor how much energy is going through the input. Because right now, the capacitors for these 5G systems have 450 volt capabilities. That is technically illegal. It violates the FCC standards, and our own government isn't imposing any restrictions on this. So we can make this safe, and we can continue with the idea of connectivity. But tracking you, controlling you, monitoring your behavior, no, that's not part of my plan. And I will honor the wish of you never ever have your privacy breached. If your personal data is your privacy, we won't breach it. That's my honest, solemn promise to the American people. If your skin's really important to you, which it is for me, and you don't want somebody to stick a needle in it because you consider that like worse than rape, I will honor your wishes. We won't force vaccinate anybody in this country. But try getting Trump to say that. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and give the show to Sarah, and she can give you some time, and I'm going to go cook some dinner. We'll be back talking about all the activities that are going on around the country a little bit later. Lots of things happening. We'll find out how Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci connect the dots to an illegal group of people that have been pushing eugenics and genocide for years.
Can you take that other stuff?
Absolutely. Thank you. I need that mask. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. I'm not going to be talking about all of those things that David talks about. That's David's stuff, and I have a different perspective than he does. I just want to make that perfectly clear that I'm definitely a different person and have a different perspective on life and different perspective on a whole lot of things. So. But, I mean, he's, as everyone is, David's entitled to his beliefs, and that's, you know, and I'm glad that he has a show that he can talk about his beliefs with some people, and I know some of you are like-minded with him, and that's fine. That's totally fine. That's an interesting thing. Mac Fusler says you can make them not only safe but healthy 5G by running the frequency in tune with the body. Thanks Scissor Fight for sending people over to DLive. I just don't agree with a lot. I'm not a fan of fear mongering, I would say. That's one of the things. I feel like that's what I would say. Feeling like, you know, all of this is happening, and I think there is a lot that's happening in the world, and there's a lot to be aware of, but I try not to promote fear. You say fear mongering is one thing, being vigilant and alert is another. I would tend to agree with that. Exactly, Daryl. I think that's true. You know, many people say their stocks have dropped, but they'll probably come back eventually. You miss when women didn't have cell phones and they didn't expect you to talk to them throughout the day. Just because they expect it doesn't mean you have to do it. You don't have to send them text messages throughout the day. You can set aside a time. You can tell a woman straight up, hey, I only check my messages once a day, so you can send me as many messages as you want, but I am not going to respond to them until 5 p.m. that evening, or set aside a certain amount of time. I think it's important to create device-free moments in our lives as well. I mean, this morning, usually on Saturday mornings, I used to wake up and do a little Twitter chats and things like that, but I purposely set aside today to at least the morning to be device-free. Well, that's not the type of person you want in your life, Misanthropy. Maybe you'll find someone that's like, oh, that makes sense. What's real? What does it mean when things change? How to respond to 5G is definitely an issue that should be resolved. Why? I mean, I think the problem with 5G is people think it's like some nefarious weapon. On iVlog? I don't know. Let me refresh iVlog. I agree. I tend to agree with you, Slow Modes. Yeah, well, 5G might be a thing used for surveillance. I would agree with that. Alright, I'm going to go into iVlog and go out of it and then go back on. The people who fear need to take responsibility for how they feel, so important topics can be covered. Maybe the people who fear can't take responsibility for how they feel. Maybe they're unable to because they've been traumatized. I think Don't Worry, Be Happy that some people believe that there are hazards, and even if there weren't any hazards and people try to make that known that there weren't any hazards, people wouldn't believe that there weren't any hazards. Yeah, I mean, exactly like Slow Mode says, the tech specs are open to the public, but how many people are going to go and read those tech specs? Well, before it was safe, or before, like there were, I'm sure, people fear the unknown. And now there's so much information online, almost information overload and disinformation, and so it's very almost hard to figure out who to trust and what to trust, and sometimes hard to do research because there's almost information overload. Thank you, Slow Modes. AH1N1 Meow Meow, are you Dr. Meow? That David probably banned a couple of ones. Trump's frustrated and chomping at the bit to open America and the economy. He's lashing out at governors over testing shortfalls and that they're not reopening the economy. Illinois Governor Pritzker secretly bought medical supplies from China, and the White House is not happy. Okay, maybe they're trying to do what's best for their people. I mean, really, that's the question that we should be asking is, how can we do what's best for the American people? How can we care for the American people? First, what we can do as citizens is, of course, care for ourselves and care for our friends and family. Yeah, I have a lot more respect for people who, authority figures, if you will, that say, hey, I don't have all the answers. Rather, because I agree with Don't Worry, Be Happy statement that anxiety comes from the unknown, and the government's being tight-lipped to a point is causing revolt, because there's some of them are claiming they know things and then they don't really know things. And you're right, the way Trump circles conversation, it just seems like evasion. That's true. And agreed, Misanthropy. Yeah, and it is okay to say we don't know yet, and we'll let you know as soon as we do know. When we know more, we'll do better. Like, so there was this quote, something about you do the best you can with what you know at the time, and when you know more, you do better. And so I think that's really appropriate. Like, you communicate as much as you can, and you do the best you can, and then when you have more information, you communicate that as well. Or they can say, hey, you won't like this, but my hands are tied. This is the way it is. Please understand. Please cooperate. Yeah, it's okay to be real with people. Exactly. It's important to be real. And in a way, when you're able to say, I don't know, it shows it shows humility. You've been right. Are you right about digital currency? What are you right about this time, Misanthropy? Of course you're right. You made a list. Do I want you to type it out? You should create a blog post and type it out as well. You know, make sure it's dated so people can know that you were right. I just don't know if that last word that you typed, John and Cage, I would associate with Trump. You have 9 items on the list. The blog post could be like, the 9 items I was right about. Oh, if China was knowingly responsible for the coronavirus spread, how would they be knowing? Never mind. You have a whole lot more on your non-COVID list. We'll start with the COVID-19 list, and then when people start reading that blog post, then you can post the other ones. Actually, go ahead and post the other ones as well. Non-COVID-19, all the things I've been writing about that don't relate to COVID-19. That's true. Don't worry, be happy. Trump does have a lot of advisors. Oh, they would poison legalize marijuana? Where have they done that? But it's a known fact, you say, that they've poisoned legalized marijuana in certain places? Arizona and everywhere. Wow. Thanks, thank you, Slow Modes. I don't know. Maybe, maybe my judgment's clouded, John Uncaged. Maybe I just, and I'll admit that. Maybe I have blinders on, and maybe I'm just as guilty as having a self-sealing premise when it comes to Trump, and I just don't like him. But you think he's done well in the face of adversity. I just don't like the guy. What would be your course of action, Mad Dog? David's course of action would be to close the borders completely and close any incoming transport, and I believe cargo as well. But definitely any passenger planes. Wow. Arizona requires no cannabis testing for pesticides, even though there's been recalls in Colorado. Thank you. Wow. Oh, so it's easier to just like say you think someone doesn't have a plan and you're just sticking by your candidate or by your person rather than, I would say, David has talked about having tariffs, and David has talked about closing the borders and preventing anyone from traveling into our country from outside of our country. So I think David has had a plan. You might be right, Miss Anthropy, about marijuana. You think there should be a war or something? I think that we have to deal with the virus, and I don't think that we should escalate fear and escalate violence. Thank you, Nutel. You think I'm slow. You don't want me to deprecate you, and you mostly talk to the chat and not to me. That's fine. You say we are at war with the bug. Yeah, but there's no reason to go to war with a country. You do have a point there, John Uncaged. It is almost impossible for a president to make real changes. I would agree with that. I completely disagree with you, Mad Dog. Completely. I believe that this was a naturally occurring virus. I don't believe that they say that the virus that was in New York actually, they traced it to have European origins, not Chinese origins. I think that you constantly talking about China is really, I guess racist is the best word for that. I think the best thing is obviously to shut down wet markets, and if they are going to have any biological facilities, that they should have them away from from. Now you're calling me a name? Yeah. I completely disagree. Could say the same about you, Mad Dog. I'm not going to, but never mind. I study history. I don't teach it, though. No, I think he believes it started in a lab near China, near the marketplace in China, which there's been conflicting reports on that. No, we need to stop this virus from spreading is what we need to do. Like I said yesterday, I believe it's more important than looking at a blame game is actually like someone saying, oh, the milk spilled. Oh, he spilled the milk. No, she spilled the milk. They spilled the milk. It's more about cleaning up the milk. We need to address the virus and work on addressing that. That's what we need to do. This is affecting us globally. I know, I wish it was only milk, but I know it's not.
Jin Kim tested positive for corona.
I would wonder, so this is a CNN article I'm looking at. It says in South Korea and in China, people who have recovered from coronavirus have retested positive, according to that. So the thing is that this coronavirus is very similar. HIV is a virus that is on RNA that replicates with RNA. This virus is a virus. The coronavirus also replicates with RNA. Therefore, I wonder if it's something when you do become infected that that it changes your chemistry in your blood, and then you would continue to be test positive. I wonder if that's the case. So if they're asymptomatic, but then that there can be a problem with that, because then are those people who are no longer, who have recovered, the big question becomes, are those people transmitters? Okay, I'm glad you're a transmitter of truth. Yes, we as humans have RNA as well. Yes. Our RNA helps in our cell replication process. And it also helps in our the development of our sex cells as well. Well, I only took a couple. I took biology and AP biology, but yeah, so I know a little bit, but not as much as biology professors or something like that. The peaceful protesters in New Jersey face a sentence of up to 6 months in jail or a fine of up to $1,000 or both. Thank you. Well, the problem with getting everyone infected, Pirate, is many people, if we did it that way, many people would end up dying. So that's why we're trying to get as few people infected as possible. Do I wish I had a USB microscope? No. I think I've discovered about myself that I may be good at a lot of different things, but there's not a lot of things that are my real passion. Why would I not want a USB microscope? Because I don't see myself using it on a continual basis, and then it would just be collecting dust, and then it would just be another piece of stuff in my house that I don't use. So that's why I wouldn't want a USB microscope. I really only want to buy things that invest in things that I really want or David really wants, and things that I really love. I know that's totally great for someone that really wants a USB microscope and really wants to stream random things, but it's just not something I want. I like science, but I'm not sure I believe that either, True Blue. I'm glad you like listening to your wife's slow modes. Australia is still calling for an inquiry into the origins of COVID-19. Yeah, especially I agree, don't worry, be happy, especially in these stay-at-home times. I'm really glad that you enjoy your wife, and that's great. I mean, Slow Mo enjoys his wife, yeah. There is not an allegation that Chinese created this virus or that they created it as a bioweapon. Early research says that COVID-19 originated in a bat, but the theory is that a bat infected with the virus was taken to the seafood wholesale market in China where it passed to humans. I know David gets his information from YouTube, so it has to be true. I need to do some more research, I would say. I'm not convinced of that, Connect and Joy. Where do you say it originated from, Misanthropy? Oh yes, you said it came in the Military World Games. But you think like someone involved in the Military World Games released it there? I'll open it, Mad Dog, but and Misanthropy believes America was responsible for it. If it's a bioweapon, whether it was created by China or created by America, it's a bioweapon gone bad. It's affecting the globe. Not just one country. Like, if you wanted to create a bioweapon, you would just want your bioweapon to affect the country that you're targeting or the group that you're targeting. You wouldn't want it to come back and affect your own people. You think COVID-19 was a retaliation for the tariffs that Trump was putting in place? And Misanthropy said he's never said it was as dangerous or contagious as they try to get people to believe it is. And his link to these military world games that might have been like, how do we get more people involved in a military war or something like that? I wonder what the war games were about. I'm going to look at that right now. They were known as the 7th CISM Military World Games, and commonly known as the Wuhan 2019, was held from October 18th to 27th in Wuhan, China. It was the first international military multi-sport event to be held in China, and also it was the largest military sports event ever to be held in China, with nearly 10,000 athletes from over 100 countries competing in 27 sports. I'm sorry if I insulted you. I think it's important not to name call, but I also think it's important not to blame an entire race on this disease which is affecting everyone worldwide. McFusler agrees with McFusler over at DLive agrees with Connect and Joy over at Von Live that says like the countries are okay with it hurting themselves, their own people. And Mad Dog that believes that it's they don't mind if they lose a few of their own if they can affect other people. So this multi-sport event included 25 official and 2 demonstrative sports. 6 sports disciplines such as badminton, tennis, table tennis, women's boxing, men's gymnastics made their debut in the event. 100 different countries, 10,000 athletes. But it's very possible that Misanthropy's right. I mean, this was in Wuhan, and they've traced the origins to that wet market, but that could have easily been someone sick at the World Games, went to that market, and then suddenly all the people at that market got sick. And there was a massive amount of anti-China propaganda that was going on in America media the week before. I mean, the whole issue with Trump and his tariffs was going on in America media. Absolutely. One sick person going to a market can definitely get a dozen people sick, who can then get another dozen people sick, each of them. That is how viruses and illness spread. I'm not blaming Trump. I feel like you feel. I don't feel like Trump has the answers, just like you feel like certain other people don't have the answers. This was the second biggest international sport event to be held in the year 2019 in China. They also hosted the 2019 FIBA Basketball World Cup. The games were organized by the Military Sports Commission of China, Ministry of National Defense of the People's Republic of China, and the military commands, Army, in accordance with CISM regulations and the rules of the International Sports Federations. For the first time in history of the Military World Games, an Olympic village was set up for the athletes prior to the commencement of the Games. The village was officially opened for the athletes following the flag-raising ceremony. He still hasn't closed the prevented passenger flights from coming into the United States, Mad Dog. Canadian says democracy is an illusion and not millennial. Boomer says, has an GIF that says some bad things. Okay. Yes, you're right. Look as they argue with each other, left versus right, instead of opening their mind to the fact that there are other possibilities outside of their bias. That is true. It's like this self-sealing premise. They find what they believe and they hold on to it, and then they only believe anything that will support their firmly held beliefs. True. All right, this was the second biggest international. I already said that. And they had a village. The host nation, China, sent a delegation consisting of 553 participants for the games. And they had 10,000 athletes from all over the world. Wow. It marked the record number of participants to represent a nation at a single military world games. Around 230,000 volunteers were recruited for the event to be staged in China. There's this whole thing about bidding and venues and a Hawu block and 5-ring sports center and a Zanku block and a sports center and a Yanggu block and a Wangjiahu block. The opening ceremony, marketing, sports, records, controversies. How close was this to that wet market?
Well, the sporting event is really what we need more information on.
I've got a wiki. I'm reading through it right now.
Okay, good.
This had 10,000 people at it.
I know.
Athletes. That was just 10,000 athletes. They also had 230,000 volunteers.
Wow.
And they had athletes from over 100 countries.
Wow.
So it's possible, and this is military World Games, so it is possible that someone, maybe from a completely random country,
It could be,
got
yeah.
into that World Games event
It could
and brought it in.
I'm more
to the
interested in
country.
the origin of the actual virus, which dates back to 2003, and the Chinese and the French Mossad. I've traced it to that.
Which could have easily been released at this event.
It could have been.
Very easily. Could have been referees, it could have been doctors, it could have been medical personnel.
And you know what? This guy named George Webb, who is George Webb was an ex-CIA guy. He kind of exposed the Benghazi story. We don't know if he's a real shill or a real guy, but George Webb said that two people working in a biological lab for the Army were at that event and that they collapsed in the race. Now, if we had video of that happening, a collapsing of somebody running on a race and collapsing, yeah, there it is. It's lingering right there. See?
No.
Right by my glasses.
See it,
I
but
think it's like a
can't get
fruit
it. I
fly.
think it's a
Well,
gnat.
let it live. It's probably in the Buddhists believe that's an ancient a relative looking for its.
Let's look
its
at
way.
the list of participating nations. There's also nations that registered but did not participate.
Yeah.
So there were representatives from all of these countries.
Wow. That's impressive.
Including 172 athletes from the United States.
It's pretty amazing.
If you wanted to spread a virus worldwide in one location, this would have been the event to do it.
Okay, now being that George Webb said that two people collapsed, there would be videotape of that happening somewhere in
Okay,
China.
let's see.
No,
Military.
not here, not online, but I mean somewhere in China there must be. China, if you're listening, I'd like you to present the videotape of the event and show that you're not involved. It was American people that. Now, if George Webb's right, they were U.S. Army officers that worked in a biological lab that collapsed on the racetrack. If you have footage of that, China, get it out there, please. We all know how quiet you are and reserved the Chinese people are. They don't want anyone to think bad thoughts about them. I understand. We understand. And I'm not blaming anybody at this point. I just want to get a resolve going here. I don't think animosity toward China at this point is warranted unless we have new information connecting the professor from Harvard and the two Chinese nationals. One of them was a lieutenant in the Red Guard. Yeah, the Red Chinese Army, I guess it is. That was a little suspicious. That happened in April of 2019. Thank you. And welcome new chatters over there at Guys. What happened? We lost our chat room at iVlog and we're down to 10 people over at D Live. What, did everyone go to Vaughn, or where is everybody chatting?
Vaughn.
Wow. Okay, so everyone's chatting in Vaughn, but they're watching us on D Live. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we only have 10 chatters in D Live though. That's cool. You're scared of Ebola? You got to deal with Corona now. I hear you. Democracy really was only just a figment of Thomas Jefferson's imagination. We have to keep it alive. We have to fight for our Bill of Rights. You know, I don't think about this Kaijo from Godzilla. I don't even think about that. It's the first time I've ever thought about that. Hey, David, can you tell everybody to keep their left versus right nonsense under control? Yeah, you guys have got to stop this left versus right paradigm. If China is found to be responsible, Mad Dog, we will take action. And that would include trade barriers that are already in place. So let's just say that the trade war going on with China is real. It's all on Donald. I would never have started that. My trade tariff idea was for an ecological trade tariff of 15%, not 30%. So I could tell China that they could be pulling back a little bit on some of their trade problems, but they would have to come up with solving human rights problems that need to be addressed. Specifically, the treatment of the Falun Gong people, and also their general treatment of organ transplants. There's something wrong there. Kaijuju? Well, thank you, Kaiju. I didn't know that. Well, we'll know more about it later. I can't answer that question right now, Connect Joy. No, it is sufficient. I didn't tell you about the blockade I'm going to be putting outside of Hong Kong, but that's between you and me. Oh, did I tell you that? I'm sorry. No, Mad Dog, we're not going to put a blockade around Hong Kong. I'm kidding. There is absolutely no need to telegraph what we're going to do. Why would I tell you that in a chat room? Oh, well, I'd rather make the Chinese less concerned about me at this point than I would appeasing you who want vengeance against somebody we don't even know had anything to do with the origin of this virus.
This looks pretty interesting.
Okay.
There's they analyzed the characteristic of some 27 genomes of the COVID-19 virus. Yeah. Provided by the Chinese and published by the Global Initiative of Sharing All Influenza Data, GSAID. Yeah. The research scientists were able to determine that the most recent common ancestor for the coronavirus could be dated back as early as October 1st, 2019, which was before those military games.
Right. And there was a solicitation of quarantining on our end, and Donald Trump was solicited to get help in this matter in November, but turned everyone down. David, look at this. See what I'm saying? Check this out. David, we get good money censoring you. I just want to show this. No, I just want people to see this on the screen so they know. We get this all the time, folks. David, we make good money censoring you. Yeah, you like money, don't you? I'm sure you do. You're committing an illegal act, and it's considered cyberstalking, and you could serve 25 years in international prison, if there is an international prison. Or you'll just be in the hell of your own guilt because you'll live with that guilt the rest of your life. And you'll know that you prevented the growth of a great movement that could have saved you and your family better health care, better water, better air quality, and you were the responsible for stopping that for so many. So the deaths of others will be on you, sir. God will punish you. No, they're not playing with me, Slow Modes. No, you guys buy into the BS they're playing with me. These people really are making big bucks. You guys have no clue. I get so many people telling me they make millions of dollars censoring me, I can't even tell you. I don't want to show any of my equipment because whenever I show equipment, it's usually condemned. Last time I showed you the radiation meter I have, I was just hosed with all kinds of criticism. So no, whatever meters and sensors I have, including my thermoscopic sensor device, I will not show that to you. I'm not going to answer questions on the grounds of the Fifth Amendment, which I hold dear to my heart, Mad Dog. I'm going to not answer your question on the grounds of the Fifth. And we got Dave on 6,500 gas pumps, everybody, nationwide. Look at that. Wow, you make good money. See, Trump-Tardigan makes $1 for each broadcast on each pump. So you make $6,500 every night he broadcasts us. You know, I don't believe you, and why should Sarah believe you? But the bottom line is, I can't control what you're doing with my message. So please don't tell me about it. Thank you. Some of you are repeating my messages across the globe on UHF. I can't help you. We've got a lot of good stuff going on. Sarah's doing some research. I'm talking off the top of my head. I feel good. I feel like we're in the clutch of a big, huge movement here, and you guys are part of it. Thank you. And thanks for considering my options. You guys can make your own decisions about your life. I'm not here to make decisions for you. I'm just telling you, your Constitution protects your freedom to assemble and speak out. Russia and China have a lot in common with the New World Order, and they are allies, absolutely. The Sino-Soviet agreement descended into the Chinese-Russian agreement. Yeah, it's the Chinese-Russian, part of the three legs of the New World Order. The U.S. is part of that and has been for some time, ever since Ronald Reagan was our president.
Well, that's when a paid actor was deciding whether it was important to run for governor again or go on to the presidency. And Ronald Reagan was such an egomaniac that put a script in front of him and he'd read it. He was like the regular actor that you would rely on. Nancy was a wonderful woman and was very kind to have been by his side the whole time. But Ronald Reagan united America. He didn't have a thought in his head, though. He didn't know about the what was that Don Reagan said, Iran-Contra. He had no idea that there was arms for hostages.
Look at that. This is the deal. Hang on. We just have to make records of this. Thank you. I keep records of everything. I'm meticulous. Every time anybody has a threat in the show, it goes directly to the NSA. And we're monitoring all activities.
You want me to
hang on, I'm going to do this. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's going on. Yep. And then the up arrow, and then we'll make that 418. Wow. This is, by the way, the 34th show we've done, 14 hours straight. Yeah, this beats Jerry Lewis. It beats any other living broadcaster on Earth. Our consistency is unparalleled. I need to copy this too while you're at it. Hang on. Okay, thank you. Don't go back. Bye. I keep a track of all kinds of things. I got a running log if you ever want to look at it.
Okay, I'll look at this later. Please don't close out of this.
Okay, absolutely not. Be sure to bookmark it too while you're at it, in case we do have a. Just go to the star.
I'm going to bookmark it there.
Oh, you're going to put it in a public bookmark?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, everyone should look at it.
Everyone should be looking at the origin of the Wuhan virus, folks. It'll give you a good tour of the history of this pathogen, which hasn't really killed a lot of people, in real terms, being they've got a false positive reading on a lot of these tests. Jerry Lewis is dead, yeah, and he was a great guy. Got a great sense of humor. You barbecued a log of bologna? Oh my gosh, don't tell Sarah that. Just close your eyes. She's freaking out. Oh my gosh. She's about ready to go in the other room and have dinner.
Barf.
And she'd be like, yeah, it's like barf time. She hates bologna. Gosh. You should never bring up the bologna word. Yeah. Bad.
But I can tell you that Nancy was very nice in providing jelly beans when I needed it. I'll remember that time, well, I don't really remember it, when I was at the Alzheimer's clinic. And they didn't have any jelly beans. Where was I again?
Oh, Johnny, you can't come in here. Sensei James he's long gone. He passed away. Say a prayer for him. He's invincible. I would have rather trained with Chuck Norris. I have more respect for him, considering I look just like him, Stay home so we can make COVID disappear. Ah, that's a special. Faces were changed with face masks to protect the innocent. Well, aren't you special? Like the security footage from Epstein's cell. I didn't see that. Yeah, the whole meme is quite funny, actually. Really, you should take a look at this American humor. Stay home so we can make COVID disappear. Like the security footage from the Epstein cell. Yeah, talk about deception. We're all tuned into the fakery, aren't we? Oh yeah, we all know the fakery. The false flaggery. you know, I can't believe this, honestly. What is Chuck Norris? Is he on vitamin supplements, or he's got that special water he drinks? Look at this guy. What is he, like 80 years old? This is amazing. Look at, he gets better looking over the years. Look at him. You're great, Chuck. You're awesome. Yeah, I saw him one day out in front of the Del Amo shopping square. Man, he's great. You know, he could probably run for president himself. Isn't he great? He has kind of a high voice. His eyes are too close together. I almost look like him, but his eyes are too close together. You're going to have your eyes stretched out a little bit at your 80-year-old age. I can't believe he's 80 years old. He is amazing. Good job, dude. Yeah, so you want someone to kiss you so you can grow immunity?
Phil Murphy warned of a national disaster without a boost in federal aid to states to help fight the coronavirus pandemic.
Oh, no. We don't need to listen to New Jersey's governor. The guy doesn't even know how the Constitution's framed. Yeah, Judge Napolitano was raking on him. No, you cannot show that stuff to Sarah. That makes her sick. She looks at that and she goes, ugh. Dave, news, relax. Okay, here we go. Welcome to my plan for the future. I can't play that. That's monetized. I'm so sorry. Theo Jansen's wind-powered sculptures. They're very cool. I'm sorry, I don't receive phone calls during the show. Thank you, Sarah.
Maybe.
I will play that video tonight. Thank you very much, Pitoro. Beep. Another Pat Boone lookalike, yeah. Okay. Okay, Dave. Play that after the show too? Okay, we're throwing stuff at me. Series Ronald Reagan and the General Olmsted Commanding? Really? Is that a real movie? No kidding. I did not know that.
I remember when I was working with the Gipper, and we made the General Olmsted Commanding. That was one of my 47th movies. Go ahead, you're live. Hello, can I help you?
Yeah, when I get my hands on you, boy, you gonna wish you stop doing your stream.
We get these calls all the time. We literally get these calls. I get 3 to 5 death threats a day, and I can't even get the FBI to call me back. It's amazing. What people don't realize is I am fully packing, man. And we're ready to go. I'm ready to roll. Rock and roll, baby. It's been a long time since I've let loose.
Well, if I could get a few more jelly beans, I'm sure that my New World Order overlords would gladly fund the Ronald Reagan Jelly Bean Foundation.
Yeah, we've had a bunch of dupes, puppets ever since. Jimmy Carter really wasn't a dupe initially, but he innocently went into this thing going, "Oh, I'm definitely a peanut farmer from Plains, Georgia. Hello, Mr. Henry Kissinger. You want me to join the Trilateral Commission? Well, Rosalynn and I would love to join." He had no idea that the Trilateral Commission was an arm of the Council on Foreign Relations, the very same people that are threatening us to this day. We understand Mark got $3.2 million from the Council on Foreign Relations just to end their, apparently our show has been censored for 7 years? But somewhere in the middle there, Mark got a sizable donation according to a few people that have sent me letters. We don't know exactly how that worked out, but $3.2 million to stop Dave is pretty indicative of some bad management. And once I am president, believe me, we'll be looking into the forensics of that particular transaction. I'll be opening up and filleting the thing we call GoFundMe, a complete hedge fund for illicit drug money, and God knows what else is going on over there. I don't like the product. I mean, if you guys use GoFundMe, that's on you. But I can tell you, we will be investigating the hidden transfer of money that's going on in the behind the scenes, and the same with Bitcoin currency. All that's got to be looked into. There's so many dark holes in our market right now. And plus, we have liquidity traps with all the people getting money, especially you. Yeah, but no, we have like big rich people right now are getting 1.7 million back in stimulus. I'm not making this up. This is real. Forbes did a study of it. Apparently there's a glitch in the entire CARES program. I guess Congress could care less because they pretty much give these people tons of money. You guys want to see where you can get that 1.7 million if you had 1 million in transactions last year? Let's see if we get any takers, because some of these people made like $1 million last year just censoring me. Yeah. Any of you want any information on that? Yeah. You know, when Mark bought iVlog about, I'd say 8 months ago, that's what I heard from multiple sources. And then I found out during the show one night, iVlog sent a message saying they were going to reset their servers. Lo and behold, the Vaughn server reset at the same time. It's like, that's a little too coincidental. The telltale sign of activity going on by Mark Vaughn. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with him. I don't. I wish I knew, and then we'd really get to the bottom of it, but until I'm president, I won't be able to subpoena him for his records. Okay? Thanks. Dave. 100 people socially distracted in Bangkok. Please do. Sling Blade, thanks from Bangkok. Gas bubble. Okay. Okay. I like the way you talk. I put my baby brother in a shoebox. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't play it as well as he plays it. That guy's talented. So, let's get to the bottom of what's really happening in the world. I know many of you are concerned. I got a little hot moment here at a DC cop gathering, and they're trying to impose social distancing in DC, and it didn't work out. The gang members, now I'm going to mute the volume because the gang members are going to be using a lot of bad words. But this happened just yesterday. Cops came into a group of gang members and began to try to disperse them. I mean, look, you can't disperse gang members. These cops were told by their superiors to get in there. They're risking their lives, right? I mean, there are people around them with knives that could easily, hurt them. Cops are being put in risky situations with ridiculous social distancing orders. Look at this. They finally get rid of them. They got them out of there. They're laughing at them. They're using a lot of bad words, so I can't really play the audio. They're taunting these cops as they try to push them outside of a social... You can't come into groups of people that live, indigenous people, to cities. We learned that from Iraq. You can't go into Baghdad and tell people how to live. I don't know. Were you ever in Iraq? Well, the fact is, these cops are like common thugs when they go in and try to interrupt people at a party. Hey, I would never impose the will of this government on people doing a social gathering. I don't care what you think is social distancing. The police state stops when I take over. I will never, ever allow them to engage in this. And anyone who does, and if it happens, will be punished summarily, and I will go after that entire group with financial punishments up the yin-yang. We will not allow money going to municipalities that are involved with police brutality. We won't even give a cent. We'll start with cutting their purse strings. And then we'll look at the possibility of National Guard replacing city governments if we need to. I don't care. I'm at the point where I won't put up with police brutality, and our National Guardsmen will be nice when I'm leading this country. They won't be trained to put you in FEMA camps. In fact, they'll be more like, peacemakers working with domestic violence. We're going to have a whole new regime for our military when I'm president. The more peaceful, nice military and police force in the world. We've got to change the way we do things if we expect China to do the same in their country. We can't be two-faced. It's hypocritical for us to be two-faced. Trump never approaches this issue head-on and takes on a real issue like human rights. He never does. I would never pull a coup, no. I'm merely trying to build a simple civil disobedience march like Gandhi did. Except I don't want you to march. I want you to get in your car and drive around, because I think it's safer in your car with your doors locked. I mean, hey, yeah, I love the way America is really gathering at the river and doing what they have to do to help this country. I mean, look at San Diego, man. And look what happened in Huntington Beach. Same kind of thing last night. Huntington Beach, San Diego, Michigan, Ohio. All across the nation, we're seeing civil disobedience, people driving around and having fun in their cars. Seriously. There's nothing wrong with this. It's totally within the framework of our Constitution. These people are jazzed, man. They are hyped. And it's so easy to just stay in your car. I would not recommend getting on the curb, but hey, they got away with it in San Diego. It might get. I'm not asking people to protest. I'm not. I don't want to trigger a situation that could be violent. The last thing I want is a violent situation. I thought I got rid of that hoax. Dang. Got to line the eyes up a little bit. There we go. There we go. Anyway, a lot of people are doing open carry on these walk-arounds. I say, look, you got a nice car, stay in your car, and plus it protects you from 5G radiation. Believe it or not, your car is a Faraday cage going down the road. It does have some protection. Unless you're driving a Pontiac Fiero, which is mostly plastic. If you're driving a typical Hyundai or a Honda, you got a nice framework of aluminum and steel siding around you, which forms a Faraday cage, which protects you from the dangerous 5G radiation. Oh, you think I'm kidding? Why do you think I have it on the screen? I'm talking about 5G dangers tonight and how we haven't really tested it for safety in America. That's the topic. We are also talking about chemtrails and vaccines and RFID and the future chip and the inevitable New World Order takeover in Europe, and China and Russia will not creep into America if we stand up to this now. This guy infected computers with virus, then sold antivirus software. We know that in the 80s, seriously. Disreputable company, had all kinds of lawsuits against it. Microsoft is tainted with their connection to the highest level of government, Rockefellers. His father knew David Rockefeller Sr. and Jr. You have only a .38 revolver. Wow. Only, that's pretty funny. Do you have any idea how damaging a .38 revolver is? Oh my God. Be careful with that. If you think you only have a .38 revolver. That alone you could survive a war with that gun alone. You just have to get the fast reload clip. It's a quick clip. You got to throw those. You can't just put one bullet in at a time. You got to have the quick release. Yeah. It's actually a pretty good gun, and women use it all the time. Snub nose, .38. Oh yeah. And the pull on the trigger is a lot easier than your standard weapon. I'm sure you have a lot of things. Yeah, a lot of you guys have guns. Victory has an AK-47 he traded a goat for, made in Albania, but is this good? I don't know. Try firing it once in a while. You have to try things like this. I have not imparted my wisdom about hand-to-hand weaponry or contact with judo. I am studying judo now to take on Vladimir Putin in direct contact sport. Mixed martial arts. Yeah, a big advantage. He has smaller size, but I have big moves. What do you want to talk about? Oh, you want are you talking about yourself in third person, monkey? Monkey see, monkey do. Monkey want ATP shout out. No, I don't do impersonations when I shout people out. Police have the same rights as civilians. Yeah, there you go. How about equal punishment for crimes? There you go. Good point, Mac Fusier. Now you're thinking. You see, the more you apply the First, Second, and Fourth Amendment to what's going on, number one, you should never have your freedom of speech on Facebook taken down if your father didn't die of COVID. Now, some people whose fathers have died of COVID or mothers have died of COVID, they say no, they had pneumonia, they didn't have COVID, but on their death certificate they say it. So if you say something on Facebook, you can lose your First Amendment right, and they'll pull that. That won't happen under my plan. I actually have a plan to create a media verification alliance. Pretty interesting thing, yeah. And we would eventually stop anybody who's trying to, alter the news. Now, we've been dealing with a lot of fake news lately, especially considering even Dr. Birx admitted that they alter all the statistics to lean toward COVID-19. Now, when she said that in front of the American people, I was shocked. I'm going to play that for you. All right?
As a COVID.
Dr. Birx, would you like to answer as to why so many people are getting COVID?
Right now, we're still recording it, and the great thing about having forms that come in and a form that has the ability to mark it as COVID-19 infection, the intent is right now that if someone dies with COVID-19, we are counting that.
Okay, good to know. So if anyone has a kidney problem and they go in with a kidney ailment, they're counting that. So, and it's so great that they have the ability on their chart to be able to fill that blank in. Folks, the COVID-19 test is a Q-tip this long that goes this way into your head. I played the video for you last night. It was so freaky I couldn't even play it. It's painful. Nobody wants a COVID-19 test. I doubt many people have had it. If you've had it, you probably know it. None of you have ever gotten sick. Nobody knows anybody who's died of COVID in our room, and we meet a lot of people every day. So a lot of these numbers are just faked, and Facebook is knocking people's accounts off. That's a violation of their free speech. If your father or mother didn't die of COVID and you write on Facebook that they didn't die of COVID, getting your account taken down, you will get a reward from the Media Verification Alliance when we find out the story of what happened to you. We're going to be adding a lot of these little innuendos and stories to our daily show on C-SPAN at the White House. I'm going to have a staff 24/7 at the White House delivering a daily show where you can post all your information. It'll be seen as like a government news agency at the very least, but more of an agency representing really the blogs and the vlogs and all the people on YouTube that have been kicked off. So count your home at the White House, and we'll give you a place to talk. That's the kind of transparency I expected from Donald Trump. I didn't get it. No, 1,200 isn't even enough for 1 month for most people. David, I had my nasal cavity raped with a Q-tip. I'm so sorry, man. I really am. I can't imagine how horrible that must have been. They stuck a 6-inch a Q-tip into your penis, Mad Dog? Wow. Holy moly, that must have been painful. King Zeno, that's not funny, I said earlier. You're reaching the outside of funny, but it's not funny what you just said. Get a little deeper, get more humor. That's just not funny. So let's find out about all the sprays they're spraying on us, because it's in our best interest to be toxified. In case you didn't know, the hand sanitizers that you have a pesticide in them. Tesserine, which was originally banned from toothpaste. They were putting it in kids' toothpaste. Oh, they really don't care a lot about you. No. So the toothpaste that you've had you had pesticide in your mouth. Bottom line is, don't waste your hand sanitizer. We may be dealing with a serious germ here.
I definitely can't use a Jimmy Carter impersonation, but I had to slip into it because he was so spineless. and he didn't want to make any waves with anyone. He was like Mr. Nice Guy.
But I like Jimmy Carter. He's still doing okay. I like him. I'd consider him as my running mate, but he himself said he would never have run past 75. He said what Joe Biden is doing is up there with, like, he could never have handled the job after 75. That's what he said.
I definitely think that after lusting after Playboy magazine, Rosalind was a little bit perturbed, but we worked it out with a pastor, and I repented for lusting after the Playboy magazine.
But no, I think that we need a guy with a little bit more oomph in the office. That's why I'm David Sponheim. I'm an expert at verbal combat. Bring it. I've got way more acerbic wit than Donald Trump in half my being. Donald Trump simply relies on rote memorization of the same things that he's received from our show. In case you didn't know, I definitely came up with a 1,000-mile fence idea. That's a fact, Jack. And we could easily have a container fence built like this for $1 billion out of this ridiculous $2.3 trillion they've stuck at all of you taxpayers. I would have had the fence built by now, but since I don't have that option, here I am. We're working on just getting me to the White House, okay? So thanks for coming in, everyone, and hanging out. Sarah's going to give me a quick break, I guess. Thank you. I am David Sponheim, and you can always check out our show now, a 14 hours format, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning. And I've been giving it my all because I know you guys are shut in and you need some time to just kind of tune out and learn things that you would normally never hear in the mainstream media. So thanks for hanging out with us, and Sarah's here to give you her angle about the whole thing. Frankly, we're all coping in our own special way. And I think it's great that we have a lot of entertainment to cope with this problem, but believe me, if Donald Trump doesn't open up our economy this week, he's really, really making a big mistake. We've waited almost 40 days now since the inception of this shut-in. I think it's enough time to realize the curve is lowered and we can go back to a normal life like the people in Sweden are doing. That model's working. So thank you.
Probably not one. Just speaking my truth. Yeah, Mac, that's a good idea. Equal punishment for crimes. Yeah, I have no idea what happened at iVlog. Here's my hands. What do you want to see about my hands? Well, fortunately, Victory for Cake, David has extended his show to start at 11 a.m. Pacific time. And he continues his show till 1 a.m. Pacific time. Therefore, he can come and talk on his show about all of his things, which is fantastic.
You didn't want any chicken?
Oh, I thought it was fish. I'm okay. No,
it's chicken.
not really.
Okay.
I'm all right.
It's organic.
You good? Enjoy it. I've realized I do gardening because it's there and it's got to be done, but I'm not the biggest gardener. Yes, I'm still on only twice a day. So I've not dedicated more actually behavior. That's how I like it, I guess. No slow modes. I don't want him to, because like this morning he woke up at 9 o'clock and he started having a conversation about the same things that he talks about on the show. So I am a female. I don't moisturize my hands. I was just thinking today that I should start moisturizing my hands, but I haven't, no. Well, David does a lot around the house, And he continues to do that. So sometimes he'll put on a video and go do things around the house. Like, thankfully, I am very thankful that he does all of the mowing, because it's a pretty big property and it would be difficult to mow it. But well, I think it was before that a little bit, Squonk, but yeah, I knew schools were closing at the time. I was maybe frustrated not knowing if I would be home with David all the time, and knowing that even when David's not on the show, he still likes to talk about the same things as he talks about on the show. And so it's worked out actually really nicely for me, because David can come here and do his show thing, and I can do my work from home thing in the other room. We have an electric mower, which is pretty nice, an electric push mower. I know, actually we have a gas-powered one as well, like a backup, but that's very nice of you, Victory for Cake. I appreciate that. I would figure out something else to do if my career became obsolete. I'm not sure exactly what I would do, but I don't know. I would cross that bridge when I get there. I would definitely still look for employment. I wouldn't just be unemployed. I mean, I feel very bad for all those people that are unemployed right now. I would definitely consider being a gig tutor or a tutor, yeah. Good night, Juan. Have I considered being a bouncer? No. I don't think I would make a very good bouncer. Like the people that kick people out of bars and clubs and things. I think my personality is way too nice to do that. At least I found out a lot about myself and know that that would not be a good fit for me. I'm not sure that's the case, Cranky. Yeah, I'm very diplomatic. That's true. Yeah, I don't know how useful I would be with a piece of rebar. Nope. No, Rodney, that's never happened. Just because I'm tall doesn't make me a bouncer type. I did have a virtual lunch party with some colleagues the other day, though. That was pretty fun. He would be talking a lot, Cranky. And especially if I'm here, then he would feel like he needs to talk. So, at least that now he has you all to talk to. I already have a job, Misanthropy. I'm thinking, like, what's my job next week going to entail? I think I still need to put it together a letter probably tomorrow for my parents. Like, what times am I doing my online meetings? And I've got papers to grade and meeting with my team. And, you know, I'm also sorting out some tech thing. People might have tech questions, so I'm doing that. So I already have plenty to keep me busy, but thank you for the link about gig worker online tutoring jobs. I would give this to David's sister, but Magic Years, tutor.com. Maybe I should send it to her. Thanks. I do think I would study more of those fields. Victory for Cake. And thank you, Misanthropy. Sometimes I prefer like cooked cabbage. Coleslaw's okay though. Thanks, Froggy. Yeah. I think that's true. A lot of gig work will happen. I mean, Uber and Lyft, that's kind of gig work. There's also, yeah, I agree. A lot of gig work in the future, especially with gig things. The problem with gig work is then, you have to figure out your own health insurance and things of that nature. What kind of medical things? Do you have to slowly wind them down? Very cool, Froggy. Oh, your social credit score will determine your eligibility for health care. So they won't care for you if you're not likable. I have had hummus before. And for a while there, I was trying to do like a really great diet. And I was trying to eat less pasta for my lunches. And so I was like taking hummus with vegetables to work. And then I realized like, I think I'm almost allergic to hummus. Because it like totally tied up my digestive system. So, yeah. Anyway, so I stopped eating hummus. Hummus is comes from garbanzo beans, which ironically is more related to the peanut than regular like beans. They might, Trump Tardican. I'm not sure if they will, but they might. Oh, that's cool, Froggy. I'm glad you liked your mom as a teacher. My ideal job is exactly what I'm doing right now. I teach, and now I remotely teach, so I like it even better. And then I'm a tech coach, so I get a little bit extra just for helping like my teachers at my school kind of solve tech problems, and also the students at my school solve tech problems. And then I don't have a Raspberry Pi. I was thinking of getting one, but I've decided I don't want to because I'm not really into coding. And we are not using Zoom. And then I'm part of this sustainability team, so I do a lot of the gardening thing. So that was very good. Yes, currently I am fully employed. And I'm working. Yes. I definitely work. Yeah. Remotely, but I'm working. Yeah. Like this past week, at first they were saying don't do any remote teaching, but now they've said this past week they started distance learning, and they're slowly ramping it up. So that'll be interesting. RTMP streamer software front ends. That's pretty cool, thanks. What is this? It's kind of like basically like XSplit or OBS from what I just read in like a one paragraph synopsis. Misanthropy. We're using Meet. Google Meet. Ha! No, Cranky. No, Anthony. However, with the closure, we're giving more like feedback, and it would be either a pass or incomplete. Yes, I do have to have video meetings with my students in a group. So this past week, I had 3 of those meetings with, and of course families are invited to the meetings. And it went really well. I mean, I could see it like, if I didn't have a plan, I could see it like totally getting out of hand. But I had a solid plan, and I need to come up with a solid plan for this coming week. But no, we have must do assignments, Misanthropy. That's true. Me without a plan, never. I am thinking of my plan for this coming up week, but anyway. That is so cool, Froggy. Well, I thought of becoming a principal, but the thing is that I'm a really good teacher, and becoming a principal would require me to go back to school for a little while. I could probably get my certificate fairly quickly. However, at my school district, it would also require a year of what they call like an internship, and it would have to be approved by the board and the school board and the administrators, which I don't know. There's just, sometimes I come off as too nice. And and that can be viewed as a detriment for someone who needs to be a principal, because a lot of times the principal has to deal with the behavior issues that can be challenging for general education classroom teachers to deal with. And then you also have a lot of parents to deal with, and especially if their parents aren't happy or things like that. So that's not allowed in Washington State, Mad Dog. So I'm actually really happy with my current position, and I'm really happy that our district, which is not the case in many schools around the country, is that our district does value teachers, educators, and so I feel like I'm getting adequately compensated financially. Well, there's a whole process that would have to happen, Anthony. So, the principal can't just walk in and fire someone, but the principal can do things if they find someone is not performing as expected. They can definitely write that in observation notes, and then the teacher might be put on a plan to improve. Yeah, exactly, Froggy. I'm happy. That's all that matters. If you're bad, if you don't have enough social credits, your ID 2020 will just shock you. I have not seen the movie The Principal. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. iVlog. I went to broadcast and unbroadcast, so I don't know if it's other ones or if it's just me. I don't know. You think we're related because of my last name, or you think we're related because you think we have the similar viewpoints? Because I definitely don't think that.
The deer are out here right now.
That's so cool. Enjoy it.
I can't go outside.
No, I'm just saying stay there for a little bit and enjoy looking at the deer. David almost walked outside, but he saw that there are deer in our backyard. So he's just enjoying looking at the deer.
I have to physically walk this way, otherwise the deer will... He's looking at me right now. It's like, no, I don't want to be here. If you're looking at me, buddy, I'm not going to stand here and eat your bird seed.
Well, I'm not, Misanthropy, but I guess that's nice of you to think that. That makes sense, Anthony.
Come on.
A cat video is exactly what Amber would do if I tried to move her and she didn't want to move. But Amber's not as heavy as that cat. You're right, Misanthropy. Perhaps you're right. Mad Dog, I think you just drank some more alcohol, so you settled down, but you were calling me names earlier, so never mind. Part of it, yeah, Squonk. That's true. There's certain things I've chosen to... I know, thank you. I'll try not to hold it against you. There's certain other aspirations that did as well. Your page isn't working. Oh, I think you clicked it twice or something. I don't know. Okay. Oh, here's a link. Oh, Jimmy Hart from wrestling.
No.
Do I know anyone who looks like him? No.
No.
Definitely no one in my family.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people are, you know, commonly named a certain thing. You have a common name. I often wondered what it would be like to be named Smith. You know, I used to know a guy named Smith. Yeah, it's just like, you know, you blend right in. Anybody named Smith, it's like, yeah, you could go anywhere and no one would even know who you are. There's so many Smiths or Browns, lots of Browns. So you're tracing the genome of the bat SARS mutated combo virus. Is this one of the viruses or all the viruses combined, or because there's 44 variants of this virus? Is this like the root virus?
This is
I don't drink.
Based on 27 different genomes, but they said it's
I would never do that. Something
But
wrong
this
with this
is-
person. Hang on. Go ahead.
but they said this is not for publication per se. It's not
It's
maybe
sample
it's
data.
not valid, but it's 27 different publicly shared genome sequences. Compared to earlier analysis where several parameters had to be fixed, there's now enough information content in the sequences to obtain reasonable estimates of the clock without fixing parameters. And basically the thing is that they believe that like the first person may have actually been in October versus October 1st.
Yeah.
Or around that time.
A woman was
rather
known.
than in like this one I think was
A woman was known, and her entire family came down with the flu, and a couple of them died of it. So yeah. So not everybody dies of this flu. Only a small percentage, folks. So your ancestors were an Indian who killed a white man. He changed his name to Smith and escaped. That would explain why you drink and carry on like you do. You got a Native American ancestor who, yeah. David, how is it going to look outside? I'm plowing some dough in. Deer in your backyard? Wow, you're plowing some dough. What do you mean plowing some dough? What are you saying?
Who?
What do you explain yourself? You're plowing some dough. You're making money, or October is when Halloween comes. We'll be lucky if we make it to October. Yeah, the way things are going.
All right.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome,
Enjoy.
David.
Wonderful. Maybe a movie or maybe some music, whatever. Enjoy.
I am kind of relaxing today.
You should. You don't have to constantly, focus on work. Although she is getting paid for this, online education that she's doing. This is great. Well, I don't judge you for having Native American ancestry. I have Native American ancestry too. Yeah. My ancestors were Algonquin. We've been over that a few times. I don't want to belabor the point that how much I look like the Algonquin Indians, but when you look just like an Algonquin, you know that you got your war paint on when your rights are being taken away. The Native Americans' rights were taken away big time. Big time, yeah. They are dealing with the white man forked tongue problem. Happened many, many moons ago. White men came to great land and took away the great land of the Native American people. Yes. And this is why we do not trust white men. Now, I am descendant of white men, but I feel the core reason why Native Americans live in common decency with the planet, and I believe that you should do so too. That was a very proud Native American I'm holding. Yes, I think that guy's he actually is hanging around. He's somewhere out there, man. He's alive. Police have the same rifles as civilians. How about equal punishment for crimes? Well, you're on a roll there, MacFuzier. I guess iVlog never came back. Is that what happened? It was the whole server's down? For real? All right. We're going to bring up some important data that I think we need to look at. There are 21 million mobile phone users in China missing.
China has lost over 21 million mobile users in the last 3 months.
That's all I can play, otherwise he'll monetize me. Yeah, serious. If I wait a little while, they won't hear the next segment. They won't monetize me. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
The sharp decline is unusual as China...
See, I can play it in spurts, they won't monetize me. It's one way around it. Just like we played Lindsey Graham and his incessant love affair with Bill Gates.
Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization. Bill Gates.
It's like he's a broken record. It's terrible. He keeps wanting Bill Gates to lead the World Health Organization. Newsflash, Earth to Lindsay. Yeah, get a life. Try to enjoy life, okay? You've been cooped up too long, taking Russian money. Yeah, go out. Live your dream of freedom, Lindsay. You look like you need some sun. You're starting to look like you need a trip to Jeffrey Epstein's island like Bill Gates took. Lindsay, would you like to go there? You weren't on the guest list. Maybe you want to go there. I think Jeffrey's still taking guests at the Little St. James Island now that we found out that Jeffrey Epstein's still alive.
Bill Gates.
You should hang out with Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein. I think they're both over there right now. We got a great Bill Gates, we got a great link. I put it in my my Jeffrey Epstein section on Flipboard. Our Flipboard link library is right here. I'll give you the link. It's got 33 or so magazines in it now. 35 magazines. Sarah added a couple of them. But we got a government corruption, Bill Gates section, UFO, vaccines. Yeah, we even got one called the Reddit Room. That's a really good one. Here's the Epstein one. You want the complete story about Jeffrey Epstein being still alive? Well, we got it for you right here. Yeah, and his connection to Bill Gates, too. Yep. Here it is. Here's the direct link to the Epstein. This is the best analysis of why Jeffrey Epstein is still alive. Top-notch stuff here. Epstein's alive, everybody. Top 10 reasons. Yeah. I don't even think we got to number 5 or 6 last night. Number 1 reason is by reason of the blackmail videos that he has on people like, possibly has on people like Bill Gates, allegedly. That's why they got Bill Gates pushing their ID 2020. They use Epstein to control all of the media. This is the weak link of the New World Order, and this is where we're going to process this crime. Covering up Epstein's death by the New York PD and by Donald Trump is going to go down in history as one of the bigger lies. The media's silence on his intelligence agency service, ever since Labor Secretary Acosta said that he was told to back off of the prosecution of Epstein because of his relationship with intelligence, that alone is another reason why he's still alive. Evidence by Ghislaine Maxwell's New York Post appearance where she bragged, she literally pasted up some stuff and acted like she could do no wrong, and to this day has not been called in for testimony. Number 4, Epstein alive because the Justice Department is obviously in on it. William Barr gave him a pass, and he even recused himself from the investigation. I see the screenshot of Mark Vaughn asking people to donate, but you did a paste up on it, man. I told you. Do you have another screenshot of it? Because the one you did was a kind of a paste up. It didn't look real. I mean, if it's real, I can't imagine soliciting money to get into our show. That's just so illegal. And then, of course, all this evidence here. Check the link out that I just gave you. Epstein alive after he grew an ethnic nose, whatever that means. Oh, yeah, he has that curved nose. See the death picture of him right there? His face doesn't match. You notice the ear? The ear doesn't even match. Yeah, totally different ear, totally different nose. Good point. I found out that they have blue and white over at the Metropolitan Correctional Center, not orange. Yet there's orange in these pictures. Orange clothing and bed linen. The connections between these people and the big, huge media executives is huge. Epstein alive after rewriting his will with his brother, Mark, yeah. Epstein alive after swamp draining secures mass-mediated madness. I'm not sure what that's about. Okay, number 8, Epstein alive to fuel anti-Semitism. Wow, yeah, I'm against anti-Semitism. Yeah, we wouldn't want that to happen. Yeah, making it look like every good Jewish person is out there getting all kinds of references to Jeffrey Epstein now. Hello, Jeffrey, how are you? Come over for dinner. Oh, how everybody's calling each other Jeffrey now. Yeah, it's like implied perv, you know. You go to Shabbat, are you Jeffrey? Hello, how are you, little Jeffrey? Oh, little Jeffrey, I see you. Are you hanging out again here? There's some big wigs here, you know. There's John Tower, Senator John Tower, Donald Trump, Steve Bross, Mike Wallace, Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father. There's Ghislaine Maxwell's father right there. And did you know that Donald Trump has his senior campaign consultant for 2020 is Boris Epstein, the cousin of Jeffrey Epstein. Unbelievable. So he's still connected. Big wigs. Epstein's alive due to globalization and pedophilia normalization. That's a big one. Can you say globalization and pedophilia normalization? Can you say corruption? Well, can you? Won't you be my corrupt neighbor? Hey, neighbor. Oh, and let's not forget this. Oh, my gosh. The number of people have been abused by this guy, it's unbelievable. So the whole story is right there. Check it out. Here's the link. Bill Gates did not vaccinate Jeffrey Epstein. You're right. Bill Gates didn't even vaccinate his own kids. Read that link. It'll blow your mind. Same with you guys over at iVlog, whoever's left. Someone tripped over the cord. I think the whole room abandoned the whole show. Yeah, a couple people in there still. I'm not sure what's going on with iVlog, folks. The whole network got taken down tonight. It could be a targeted hit against our show. You have been removed from the show. You are in direct violation of our chat log. So now that we've exposed Bill Gates and his possible pedophile connections, let's take a break and just go to Los Angeles. What do you say? Okay. Hey, cool. This is where I want to hang out. I love Los Angeles. It's fun. I like to go surfing. I haven't been surfing since Fukushima. Surf's up, dude. I got to get this thing off the screen. I keep looking at it. Well, it's this constant love affair that this Lindsey Graham has with Bill Gates. And I want to briefly touch on Bill Gates.
Bill Gates.
Well, no, I don't want to touch on him because that would be a bad thing to touch on.
Bill Gates.
Well, Bill Gates is also part of the 5G nightmare that's going on. That's why we're thinking maybe there's a connection. Well, they're deploying 5G right now in all our schools across the country. We have internal memos to that effect. We've got video proof that 5G is being put in. Why am I talking about 5G? Because Bill Gates is behind that too, along with Elon Musk. They're dropping 1 million 5G satellites in the air as we speak. I cannot sell anything to any of my viewers. I'm so sorry. I am completely nonprofit, and everything I do is for my own betterment. I'm not going to give you fruit enzyme spray and make yourself look so pretty. No, you have to find the secret watering hole. There are people from Brazil that hang out in our show. See, I am worldwide known for, I am the most globally worldwide coolest man on earth. People think I'm a person who's honest, and I am. And people think that I'm a guy who talks about what matters to America, and I am. That's why people watch me. And whatever happens here will affect a lot of people around the world. So if we can flip on the New World Order and build this civil disobedience to the point that Gandhi built his resistance, we got ourselves a real chance to stop the New World Order in its tracks right now. But until I can put the necessary limiters on these 5G networks, we're in trouble. Sorry. Thank you.
This was artificially induced. They said, close it down. You have to close it down. We closed it down. This was artificially induced. They said, close it down. You have to close it down. We closed it down.
They, them, whoever they are. We all know who they are. They said close it down, so he closed it down. So our president closed it down, and he's so proud of that fact too. I practically threw up yesterday or 2 days ago when I heard Donald Trump state something that is absolutely the most disturbing thing ever. That has to go behind my head. There we go. Yeah, we're dealing with a very disturbing person who literally has, I think it's unconstitutional for him to have actually shut down the economy. And when I heard him brag about having shut down the economy and how we're no longer a great economy in the world, I had this sinking feeling like a dagger had just passed through me without me even knowing it. So Yeah, we're a little bit pissed off about what he's done. Let's take a look at what his last statement was the other day. I can't play much of him without vomiting.
Our approach, we took the greatest economy in the history of the world and we closed it in order to win this war. And we're in the process of winning it now.
What precedent is there to close an economy, to win a war against an invisible enemy, that we really don't even know how serious this is, especially since the numbers of Chinese deaths have dropped so dramatically? Unless, of course, you believe that story about 21 million people dropping off their mobile phones in China. I just think they turned them off. Yeah, 21 million people in China shut down their phones. I could have done better, yeah, Mad Dog. Remember, I was the one 14 weeks ago who said, don't allow any planes into our country. And Donald Trump didn't even listen to me until like maybe 8 weeks ago. He said he'd shut down flights from Wuhan. Well, we went to Flight Radar 24 and we found all kinds of planes coming into the country every day. And to this day, Donald Trump lied. He didn't shut down planes. In fact, 500,000 people have come into this country from Asia in the past 3 months. Seriously. I'm not kidding. So when you take a look at the overwhelming, irrelevant, I mean, it's irrelevant for him to say he shut down the economy when he keeps allowing people to fly in here that are infected. Let's do a little search of what's going on here. I'm going to play a, let me just take a look at some of the planes. I do this practically every night now. It's part of my daily routine. Shanghai to Anchorage, Western Global Airlines. Let's take a look. You know, I think that may be cargo. Yeah, I think that's safe to say it's cargo. Okay, not available, heading from unknown location. Okay, great. But it seems like it's going the opposite way now. How weird. That's really strange. It came from Mexico, went all the way out here, and nearly got to this location, and now it's heading back. We found a Chinese stealth plane the other day. Yeah, I remember that. He shut down the whole economy. You know that. Soul Child, our economy, not yours. But UK shut down because they just felt like copying him, I guess. Boris wants to have hair like Donald Trump, so he just shut his economy down. Osaka to Anchorage, cargo. Lots of cargo going forward and more cargo. Seoul to JFK. Passenger plane from South Korea. Here we are, Korean Air heading into New York, John F. Kennedy. It'll be arriving at JFK. Let me tell you, the estimated time of arrival will be 11:20 a.m. It's leaving right now out of Seoul, heading toward 11:20 a.m. tomorrow morning in JFK, New York. All these people could be infected right now, every one of them. This is just a small sampling, folks. That's like 1 out of 4 planes so far. Cargo. Seoul to JFK, more Korean Air. That might be the same plane. Okay, well, we got enough going on. We got a little bit of cargo going on, or a lot of cargo, and a little bit of passenger traffic. Let's go to the other side of the country. And of course, people are flying from city to city like crazy. Oh, it's not like we stopped flights. We are moving bodies left and right. Trump is an asshole. That's correct. He tells us to stay in our house and hide, and we're shutting down the economy. But he's allowing these people to come in with their infected bodies. Stay at home, right out of the 1984 police state book, idiots. Germ Ratpig, yeah. Germ Ratpig said, this keep your distance, stay at home BS is right out of the 1984 police state book, you idiots. Thank you. He has no right to shut down a person's economy. Exactly. Soul Child, you get it. I totally understand, yeah. You want a job. You know what it feels like to not work. How about all these people that have all been working and saving their money for their family, and now they're broke and they have no food? Florida. Most recently is massive amount of slowdowns in Florida. People trying to get their food and they can't. It's terrible. Mile-long food here. Check this out. And it's in the middle of two really, like a 4-star hotel and a 5-star hotel. They're lined up, folks, in Florida. They can't eat. There's no food in the pantry. I'm serious. Trump is killing our country. Unbelievable. See how they made a loop turn for social distancing? So literally wrapping them around, and they opened up a food bank in between two 5-star hotels. People can't get food. There's no food available hardly at all, but they got boxes there, thank goodness. But wait till those food banks dry up. What the hell is going to happen? I don't know if Rockefeller said that. Yeah. But that's an interesting quote, yeah, man, a.k.a. Rodney. Yeah, I'd like to see where he wrote that. Thank you. You have been recorded. I am checking all critical data and references to Rockefeller. Magic word, Rockefeller. Yeah, we know that Bill Gates, his dad, was a big... See, look at this guy. Dave, we're going to get paid $2.5 million to take you out by the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. See what I mean? So your name now is on the watch list, yeah, man. You're not allowed to come in and make statements like that, man. You're part of the death threat group. We are identifying your VPN someday soon. Someday soon. Cargo Dave, sadly no more commercial airlines. No, I just showed you one from Seoul, South Korea, William Shatner. Spock, take me to warp speed. This guy, David Sponheim, is trying to attack my show. I'm sorry, Captain. That's completely illogical. Okay. The blimp plane won't ever happen, Drag King. Trump didn't copy all my ideas. He just used them to win the race. You got deceived, and that's the whole point. Yeah, using great ideas from David Sponheim is just a way of receiving the wrath. That's right. No, Mad Dog, you're called Trump-tard syndrome, where you just don't see that Donald Trump has been lying and sucking off the Russian oligarchs every day of his life, or at least since 2008 when he started really taking money. They say that Trump, this is the weird story about Trump. Oh, there's a lot of weird stories, but this is a good one. Right around 2007, he couldn't get credit anywhere. I'm washing my hands as you speak. He couldn't get credit anywhere. In 2008, Donald Trump made a deal with the Russians, and he was walking around with cash loads in suitcases. He bought property with suitcases full of cash. And that's when he got under the FBI radar. And in 2013, the FBI did a stakeout outside of Trump Tower, in which Donald owns one apartment there now. He doesn't even own the tower. He only owns one apartment there. I'm serious. Anyway, he's running out of money. He has to borrow money from the Russian oligarchs all the time. FBI's out there watching the Russian oligarchs money launder in hotel rooms. They probably got comped by Donald Trump. So when Trump said, oh, the FBI had a listening devices in my hotel. No, they didn't. It wasn't even your hotel. I was actually in another room. You own the hotel, but you didn't own the entire building. You leased the hotel, as I recall. Well, Donald Trump has tried to shut down the economy. You didn't hear the memo? Well, the best response to COVID-19 is David 2020. That's the memo. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm worldwide. The best response to COVID-19 is David 2020. That's right. A reboot of the best of the best. You know, they say that the cream rises to the top. Not really. Not when it's clogged by scum. And I'm the cream of the crop, and the scum has been sitting at the top. You've got Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, all taking money by Len Blavatnik. Look it up. To get reelected. Seriously. These people are the scum of the earth. I'm the cream of the crop, and you got to help me become president so I can clean out the scum. Because right now, our country's not working right, folks. You know that. I don't have to do any push-ups now. My body is all natural. Yeah, I have absolute perfect form. It's all natural, man. All natural. No, I don't have no heart attack, man. No, I handle stress better than anybody I've ever met. I have all kinds of widgets that I work with. This relieves my stress when I take on the world. The future of America. Hey, I have an idea. I would like to see all of our states put together a constitutional amendment. Yeah. You ready for this? Yeah, I'll bring it on, yeah. This is what I'm proposing. Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution gives states the power to call a convention of states to propose a constitutional amendment. And I'm proposing the 28th Amendment. It'll take 34 states to call the convention. That's all we need, 34 state governors, and 38 to ratify the amendment. And the proposed amendment I want to do is the 28th Amendment. The end of foreign tyranny and the reestablishment of the United States of America from bankruptcy. Now hear me out for a second. We are currently in debt to the tune of $24 trillion, on very soon $30 trillion to the World Bank. We have over $40 trillion in our World Bank savings account, actually closer to $50 trillion. And because we have that money in store for us, we can actually cash out of our position. And we can open up and do what is commonly known as a Chapter 11 for the United States of America. It's very simple. Our country went into Chapter 11 in March 9th, 1933 under FDR. It's not uncommon to bring some corporate entity back from Chapter 11. This is not an illegal task that I'm asking. This is something that can be done completely legally. We just need 34 governors from 34 states to get this amendment on the books, and we can then move to a full-on. We have the authority with Article 5 of the Constitution to do this. Yeah, read it. Read it and weep. Are we on now at iBlog, or what are you guys looking at chat for? I can't even get in the iBlog server. I don't understand. It takes 38 to ratify. You guys at DLive can check this out too. Hey, chain of fools. It is a crime against humanity what's happening. It is a psyops, McFusier. Absolutely. Well, Donald Trump is engaged in what I think is an illegal activity. He's actually asking you to go protest. I know. No president in the history of our country has ever asked people to go protest that I know of. This is the first. Generally, a president doesn't try to undermine the very functionality of the country. Generally, a president with at least the interest in helping America would not engage in literally ordering our country to shut down. Or, more importantly, telling people to protest. I don't ask you to protest. You can protest on your own. That's your free right. Here's an interesting story, considering I believe that the source of the outbreak came from the Mossad. U.S. alerted Israel, NATO, to the disease outbreak in China in November. White House was reportedly not interested in the intel, but it was passed on to NATO. IDF, when it reached Israel's health ministry, nothing was done. Huh. So U.S. alerted Israel and NATO to the disease outbreak in China in November, but nothing was done. So here we are alerting our allies, and nothing happened. Interesting. I wonder why Israel didn't care about this virus. Well, we don't really know. I mean, they may have had a hand in the creation of this particular variety, because there are about 44 variants, and they're not telling us that. You're not being told that this is a bioengineered virus. You're not being told that the numbers are being virtually padded. Really? Salty's being very bad when Sarah's in here? Really? Wow. Salty, you cannot come in and do that when Sarah's here. She's too nice to ban you. David, I know someone in Missouri and the governor trying to pass a law where people have to get the vaccine by law. Exactly. I would never do that. So Donald Trump has not stipulated that he will never force vaccinate. All he has to do right now is do that. David, people here in Greece are very interested in the auction of your old car. Well, I thought you were living in Italy, Pittoro. I thought you were the secretary to the Pope. What happened? Last we saw the Pope, he disappeared like he was CGI. Are you okay? Either you're not carrying forth with your lie that you were the secretary to the Pope, or why would you be in Greece? I don't think that spelling's appropriate. You've got a snitch line. Look at this. De Blasio has a snitch line. Check this out. You're not going to believe this. Watch this.
Distancing. And let me tell you, it has taken every fiber of... New Yorkers, you have been extraordinary at social distancing. And let me tell you, it has taken every fiber of our beings to figure out how to do this, because we're warm, emotional people. We're used to being close to each other. We're used to being packed into subway cars, and we've had to do the exact opposite and figure out how to keep distance. It's not natural for us. It's not normal for us, but you've done it. You've done an amazing job. Now, look, thank you, everyone who's done it the right way, but we still know there's some people who need to get the message. And that means sometimes making sure the enforcement is there to educate people and make clear we got to have social distancing. So now it is easier than ever. When you see a crowd, when you see a line that's not distant, when you see a supermarket that's too crowded, anything, you can report it right away so we can get help there to fix the problem. And now it's as simple as taking a photo. All you got to do is take the photo and put the location with it, and bang, send a photo like this, and we will make sure that enforcement comes right away.
Holy crap. This guy is in total violation as a mayor or a governor. He can't take people off the street. He can't deny them their First or their Second or their Fourth Amendment rights. Your First Amendment right gives you the right to have free speech. It does, but also the right to assemble and go to church. This guy is committing an illegal, unconstitutional act. This is Mayor de Blasio, the socialist communist that runs New York City right now. Unbelievable. This man is out of control, and so is Andrew Socialist Cuomo. You know, nipple rings. This is crazy, man. And nobody seems to care in the Democratic Party about the dangers of chemtrails, 5G vaccines, and RFID. Yeah. You know, I'm going to add something to this, too. I need to get this out. Yeah, let's not forget GMOs, okay? Yeah, GMOs. Don't forget those. I mean, we're already dealing with pesticides, but then, oh, I can't fit it on the screen? Okay. I have to make a new one? Well, let me try. Let's try this. Hang on. Yeah, iVlog got bought up by Mark Vaughn, according to a couple of witnesses who told me this. Mark's been getting all kinds of money censoring our show, and he took that and bought up iVlog. That's what I was told. Yeah, let's not forget how unsafe GMOs are, too. We have evidence that GMOs have caused cancer in laboratory animals. Dr. Seralini won a lawsuit against Monsanto Bayer. Oh, yeah. And it's legitimate. Crazy. It is legitimate. It's the real deal. Tumors in rats formed. Yep. Rat tumors. His study was very published in 2014. Dr. Seralini and the GMO rat study, they took rats that would normally be tested for 3 months. They tested them all the way 24 months. And he had 50 rats in his study, and they found all kinds of tumors growing inside of them from eating genetically modified corn. And Dr. Seralini was very outspoken and talked about it. And then Monsanto had his entire article shut down, claiming it was not proper science. He returned a lawsuit in Paris court in 2014 and won. These rats are full of tumors from eating genetically modified food. He's exposing the fact that we're being poisoned. And so what did Monsanto do? They tried to shut him down. Seriously, the work of this man. And he found very interesting changes in the body part structure and the blood structures of these animals. So, yeah, I had to add GMOs to this list right here. Thank you. No, he did. 3.2 million. Mark is floating in, he has hundreds of millions of dollars. That's what I've been told. I made nothing on the show, not a penny. The guy has cleaned up hundreds of millions. They're desperate to stop me. I'm growing worldwide and continue to bring people in here, and this site gets hosed every day with people trying to come in and can't even get into the chat room. Yeah, it just looks like you did paste up there. I mean, it doesn't look like an email or something like a screen requester that comes up. Yeah, it just looks like you put a cursor down on some paper, like it looks like Paint Shop. And this mark is unlike any message you'd ever see. That's a telltale sign there's paste up here. It's like you opened up a text box and wrote in here, and I can't verify that, man. I can't say he's soliciting 1,200 based on that. Grab a picture of the picture and then put it in perspective. Starving rats resort to war, cannibalism during the coronavirus lockdown. Oh yeah, I got tumored rats over here. Let's look at other rats. You dirty rat. Starving rats. Here we go. And you know, rats that were put in front of genetically modified food. Thank you, yeah, man. Rats were put in front of genetically modified food and they never ever ate the GMO food. They only eat heirloom corn. They won't eat GMO corn normally. So they had to force feed these rats the genetically modified corn. Yeah, seriously. Starving rats are resorting to war and cannibalism to survive the coronavirus lockdown. Wow. Can you relate? You dirty rat. A new army of rats comes in, and whichever army is the strongest rats is going to conquer that area when you're really, really hungry. You're gonna act very bad, usually. All right, so if you want to study the coronavirus, remember to take all of the numbers that they give you and run them over a calculation. Because the COVID-19 test system has been 80% inaccurate, I'm willing to go to 80% just to give you guys a little leniency on the other side. Yeah, it's amazing. I've done a free show for 12 years, but nobody contributes, but I still do the show. You know, we're trying to build enough, I guess, capital to keep the show going into the next decade. Primarily, it has to be run off of donations. We can't, I'm not going to, I'm the biggest donator of all to this effort. I'm not going to keep forking over money into an endless pot of empty space. Yeah, we're going to try to build the word, spread the word. If you can't afford to give us any donations, yeah, spread the word. I appreciate that. Okay, the calculation of any amount of people infected in the U.S., they have 37,000 people allegedly have died in the U.S. so far, so multiply by 37,000.2. And the total number of people that have actually died of COVID would be 7,400 in the U.S. In 4 months, that's hardly any. Because there's so many false positives and because they used every death to count as a COVID death, that's a Dr. Burke's error, and she even admitted it. She's culpable for what she said. Yeah, for January and March, they just used all the statistics they could find of anybody who was dying. So, if you don't realize that this lie is finally caught up to them, the jig is up. I mean, there are no COVID test kits. Donald Trump said there's 4 million test kits. Isn't that right, Mike? No, there's 4 million Q-tips. In no way can you call them test kits. So yeah, we're dealing with a lot of lies right now. He makes money off of all that. You bought T-shirts and cups. He sold cups of my stuff. I haven't received hardly anything from my T-shirt or cup sales. No, hardly anything. I mean, if you spent all that money, I never saw that. I'll have to investigate Cafe Press. They'd be the ones responsible. That's weird. A lot of times I don't get any revenue from some of these organizations. I don't charge any royalties because remember, I can't get money directly from companies like those. The amount of money they donate doesn't necessarily amount to anything because we have no commission hardly at all on those items. And my Spreadshirt collection is gone. Spreadshirt shut our entire show down. I found out that the guy's a Republican that runs Spreadshirt. He knocked us off the site completely. All right, I've got some really good things I want to show you, and I don't want to waste any time because I want to get to it, okay? The Periscope link is here. Coronavirus, Dave, I'm still scared of Ebola. That was the last thing written in that chat room. You're welcome to write, KY Poopy. We're looking for people to write things in that chat room. Seriously, go for it, man. Thank you. Let me show you some really weird things that just came into my view, and I think it's important we look at this stuff. Elon Musk has been tweeting rather, and Misanthropy was kind enough to present that information to us. Yeah, and one of the things that popped up was this. This is one of the tweets somebody made on his site. There's a lot of weird tweets here. Now, in case you didn't know, this is we are entering a time when an asteroid is coming very close to the Earth. April 29th, there is an asteroid, it's called Atlas, that will be getting, it may be a comet. I'm not quite sure if it's large enough to be a comet, but it's heading toward Earth, and it'll be 6 million miles away. That's pretty close by many standards. And for some reason, the community out there on his Twitter, which has been copied over to Knitter, you can take a look at it. It's, yeah, there's the link. There it is. It's really interesting. Everything here alludes to some sort of an explosion on the face of the Earth from an asteroid. And you notice how that image right there shows what it looks like an explosion? Right? And it looks like an asteroid? And then the humor of, oh God, the economy. Like tongue-in-cheek, like, oh well, the economy's gone down. Oh well, we get hit by an asteroid, right? Well, that's just the beginning of this weird little chat relay going on Twitter. Some of the weird images are like this. This is something that just appeared on there. It's like a projectile is ripped out of somebody with a little baby on it or something. I mean, these are just some of the weird things that are popping up on that chat log. Okay? You want to look at it over there at DLive? Yeah, this is the... oh, I can't even post it in there. Sorry. Yeah, it's too long of a... That's weird. I've never seen anything like that. It's apparently too long of a link. Yeah, we got the Vaughn chat link went through. Wow. Okay, let me just show you a little bit more of this. Very strange, bizarre experience looking at this stuff. Yeah, it's called Certificate of Vaccination, what they're doing. The very creators of this dangerous virus, the bioengineered virus, are the ones pushing a vaccine. That's why they are using it to shut down our economy. It's an attack against our country, folks. And Trump is complicit in just allowing it to happen. He never should have shut down the economy. A certificate of vaccination is what they've been pitching. I'm going to put that in front of you while I pull up some other names. Yeah, they're not testing any of these things for safety. Well, look at this. This is weird. Another image of the Tesla, and see the Tesla logo going down at the dinosaurs, implying that the dinosaurs were taken out by an asteroid and the Tesla is behind the asteroid. Okay, that raises the huge question that we may be sitting on a situation where these people are making fun of their ability. Yeah, they're making fun of their ability to do some weird things. Like, you know, I've got a birthday in April, right? I turn or am turning 60. Well, a lot of people in April are going, wait, what does this mean? People with April birthdays this year. Are we looking at an explosion coming in the next couple days? Could it be any number of possibilities? I mean, this is kind of strange. Just these weird references. I know, look at the cat. It was like kind of sad, wasn't it? Oh, I'm not done yet. There's a lot of weird stuff here. This thing popped up on one of the people that tweet put this out. Wake up, sheeple. The truth is just so damn obvious. 5G cell towers. Vaccine-based 5G chemtrail beam. This is some sort of a joke because we all know that there's no such thing as a 5G vaccine. Weaponized 5G bat. I mean, COVID-19 mind control beam. I don't know what they're trying to pull together, but in the New World Order 5G activated nano surveillance rolls, toilet paper. This is like, okay, they're making fun of all these weird things that I'm concerned about, but I can't draw connections between 5G and a vaccine. I'd have my YouTube account taken down. We wouldn't want to do that. Or this. When you miscalculated the end of the world by 10 years. So somebody posted this. This, you know, the Mayan calendar said 2012 was the end of the world. Is he saying that 2020 or 2022 is the end of the world? Seriously? Okay, let's keep coming, okay? I just want to show you some weird things here. I don't know what this all means. It's all weird. Well, let's be clear. Here he's making fun of the other auto companies on the left and then the oil companies on the right. And they're saying, we've been here forever, we're fine. And then this is a Tesla thing. This is an asteroid coming in, Tesla. What's that? You think it is going to hit us? Oh, we've been here forever. We're fine. So in other words, Tesla or people on his site who work at his team think that it's funny to turn an asteroid into a Tesla object. Okay, we put our faith and trust that this 5G network, that he's installing 1 million nodes in space, satellites, and he's working with Bill Gates to do that. And while Bill Gates is developing the COVID 2020 ID system, it is completely integrated into the concept of using the 5G network to integrate with all the digital framework and digital IDs that they want to tattoo or inject in our system with RFID chips. There's definitely a connection somewhere, but I don't know where to draw the line. I do know, however, that he keeps talking about on his website this past month an asteroid with his logo on it. So you tell me if something weird is not up, where we're all sitting in our houses right now at a pre-war footing, right? This is exactly what we do when we're at a pre-war footing. We all sit in our house and look worried. Thanks. Yeah, I've been doing good work. Yeah. The look of love is in your eyes tonight. The look of love. Do 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 do. I like that look. That looks good. Thank you, Rodney. Yeah, I should put that wig on. I don't wear a wig. This is my real hair. Yeah, that's a nice look. You're right. The early day, you know, in 2013, we were talking about flower power. Yeah. But in 2008, I was much more realistic. You think you're hot shit, don't you? Yeah, why should you worry about anything 5G? You won't have time to really sort it all out. You'll be fried before it's over. Well, they're installing a dangerous weapon that could easily be converted into a weaponized situation. And you're too stupid to realize that. That's why I'm promoting a 5G plus network with Faraday cages and limiters. I'm the only person out there talking about this stuff. You want to reject my ideas? Go right ahead. You want to talk about who the origin of this virus is? It's the people that named it. Bill Gates created the certificate of vaccination ID nomenclature. The people that dropped this virus on our ass are the ones trying to stick us with needles. You didn't know that? Okay, well, you might want to get the memo. All right. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. No, there's no video at iVlog. They were shut down. The whole show is completely shut down. Hey, there's a newfound cellular ability. They're learning about how exosomes are used to get rid of toxins in our body. The theory is that the virus is mirroring actually how our body normally responds to toxins. The newfound cell defense system features toxin isolating sponges. I'll be darned, look at that. Exosomes in yellow soaking up toxins released by bacteria. You know, exosomes were really not even a knowledgeable thing. We just learned about this when they found out about this tissue that is normally in our body when we're alive. Most of the time when people did autopsies on corpses, they never found this tissue. There's a whole layer, it's like an organ in our body that takes in toxins and sorts the toxins out naturally. We can't even control the function of the autonomic nervous system. This is fake. Okay. So you know for a fact this is fake, Misanthropy? Okay. Yeah, apparently it's fake. Okay, thank you. Yeah, they want to inoculate us, and your president won't make a commitment. You go ahead and go to the bathroom. It's okay. Your president won't make a commitment to ending the economy shutdown. Very simple. All he has to say is, okay, everyone, you can go back to work now. That's all he has to say. Exactly. That's why I said Fries could have done a better job, and you showed me a fake one. So there you have it. Yeah. I can spot a fake statement. Mark didn't tell people that they had to pay $1,200 to see our show. Yeah. You can go to anytime you want, Peturo. So Dr. Fauci has been exposed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We ran a great radio show the other day. Dr. Fauci has a history of firing people that are really good doctors working at NIH. Top-notch doctors were fired and have complained about Dr. Fauci. When they found out that there had been 28 million vaccinations that were contaminated with cancer cells, those doctors were immediately fired by Dr. Fauci. He didn't want to reveal the truth, that the NIH should have revealed the truth. And Dr. Fauci went against his Hippocratic oath and totally lied about it. There's a history of Dr. Fauci using dictatorial-style control over all the people below him, making it impossible to actually self-regulate that agency. And NIH is at the center of this storm, pushing us into a complete economic shutdown. So Dr. Fauci's incompetent. Dr. Birx is definitely incompetent. She ran the Walter Reed Immunology Department for years, in which they had absolutely the worst conditions on earth for a lot of our veterans. So there's no telling how bad this story gets. Regarding the Elon Musk asteroid story, you know, they could just be joking about it. It could be just a big joke for them. You know, the whole thing could be a big joke. They make a lot of money on Tesla, and he's got a cush deal with the government. So if they want to, do anything, joking about it would be the worst thing they could do. But the problem is with criminal acts, if there is the works going on of faking an asteroid hit on our country or the world, the possibility of a fake asteroid occurring in the next couple weeks is pretty high. Yeah, so if you encounter some weird experience in the sky in the next couple weeks, 99% sure it's just a big, huge genociding plan to get rid of the entire population.
We've got to stabilize population on a voluntary basis. Everybody in the world's got to pledge to themselves that 1 or 2 children is it. Right. And we've got to do that, because otherwise all the gains that we make in redoing our energy system are going to be erased by population increase. We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born, there
so what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people.
Okay, and who made you God exactly? Because you're Ted Turner, who inherited his dad's billboard business. You never worked a day in your life. You don't even know what it's like to buy a dozen eggs for $3.99 that's organic, that tastes pretty damn good, like I did today. I doubt he bought a single dozen of eggs in his life. Remember, they asked George H.W. Bush, the original New World Order president, a new world order, 1,000 points of light. He didn't know what the cost of a dozen eggs was. He didn't know literally what the price of a dozen eggs is. Do you know what a cost of a dozen eggs is right now? I doubt Trump knows. Yeah, go ahead. What's your question? Yeah, what's up? See what I mean? Death threat number 2. That's our second death threat tonight. Well, bring it, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've had a history of my sister has been very, very verbally offensive to me, and she sued me in court. So if you get her on making up stories, feel free. Absolutely. Bring her. Bring it on. I don't really care. It only helps my overall reach. I've had a bad relationship with a couple of family members in my life. I'm not in any way afraid to tell you exactly what's going on. Well, I helped my parents through the roughest times of their life. I spent 25 years as the only child in my family dealing with my parents' healthcare problems. And I've done a lot more than that I don't even want to care to talk about. And when my sister decided that she deserved something, she got something in the will, but she wanted more, so she sued me. And now if she's hooking up with anybody and trying to do an interview, it's just added to the same heap of slander that's been going on for some time. Thank you. And I've been very fair with that person. Yeah. You can't always pick and choose your family members, but you can choose not to have them around you. Yeah. Hey, if you guys can't handle the message and you're worried about what Ben Garrison is trying to awaken you to, and the fact that Donald Trump is screwing the economy over royally and working for the New World Order, then by all means, go ahead and address those issues. But if you're trying to target me or my family, then you've made a big mistake. I'm sure she is. Bring it. Hey, I've been slandered many times by my sister. It'd be a new event for her to slander me. Yeah, absolutely. But I have never slandered her. Nope. I've never made any comments about her other than she's welcome to talk to whoever she wants. I can't control who she talks to. But yeah, I've been the victim of slander and a lawsuit she filed against me unnecessarily, a frivolous lawsuit. How many people get sued by their own sister? Bring it on. I don't care. You can make it a daily show. It wouldn't matter to me. No, I'm not going to the Governor Inslee's protest Sunday because, number one, I'm not a retardicant, and I would never go out of my car and protest. And plus, I'm not going to drive a car 400 miles round trip to Olympia to protest and drive around in a circle. If it was in my neighborhood, I'd do it, but no. I'm not going to waste gas to go. But you're welcome to drive around. Don't get out of your car, though. You're risking it. Remember the guy who got killed in Seattle, the WTO? That was all funded by the George Soros campaign. We found out 20 years later that Soros funded those anarchists that were down in Portland. Crazy. Oh, cool. I'll check that out. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, it looks good. Might be fun. Yeah, you know, anybody who wants to turn on me, even a family member who turns on me, this is nothing. It's like water off a duck's back. You have no idea what I had to put up with while I was helping my parents. You have no idea the struggle I had to put up with just to deal with their terrible health problems that were just getting worse and worse with not one bit of help from my family. I've been through a lot of different characteristic encounters with a lot of bad encounters with people that just don't really understand how important it is to participate in your family's activities. Now, if you've got a family member right now who's old, keep them in your house. Don't have them go to a nursing home right now, folks. Do everything you can to keep them in the house. We can't trust that those nursing homes are not killing people right now. We can't trust that they're not killing people. Seriously, there is no CCTV footage of any of the nursing homes in America. Let me tell you something about the origin of the epicenter of this disease. The Kirkland Life Care Center is owned by a parent company, and guess who's on the board? Jared Kushner. The epicenter of this COVID test nightmare is Jared Kushner's nursing home, in which 19 people died in one day, and I can't tell you they weren't smothered with a pillow. Because there's no investigation going on right now in America, and there's thousands of deaths in nursing homes, and not one investigation going on. That's a little suspicious, don't you think? How do we know these people weren't just killed with pillows over their head? It's crazy. Yeah, so with a good investigation, we'll find out the truth. All we need to do is pull up the CCTV footage of all these nursing homes. And you know something? If I found out that there is an actual murder ring going on in our nursing homes, heads will roll. We will be prosecuting these people left and right. Now, I will be subpoenaing all the CCTV footage of every nursing home in America and review the time right now that's being stored digitally. If that's still available, I'm going to be looking at it because I believe there are murders going on right now. I really do. You can't say they didn't die of any particular cause either. Yeah. I can tell you that since we do know the CDC document verifies that the CDC sent a document which is, in my opinion, totally illegal. And even Dr. Jensen, and the senator of Minnesota, said he's never heard of somebody telling a doctor what to write on a death certificate, but they're saying put COVID-19 on every single one. I don't owe her anything. Thank you. Yeah, never did. Hey, well, this just basically, solidifies my view. So I'm not really going to respond to that. But you're not allowed in here, by the way. Anybody who comes in here bad-mouthing me, thank you. Yeah, I've been dealing with people bad-mouthing me a long time, ever since I did the right thing by taking care of my family. Yeah. Apparently people want everyone to go to a nursing home. I wouldn't trust my family member in a nursing home ever. Unless, of course, they couldn't actually walk to the bathroom. Okay, that's a time when you may have to rely on a nursing home. But my parents literally were in their home up until the day that they were taken to a hospital. And within another day, they both died within that time period. 5 months apart. Hospitals in Seattle are asking Governor Inslee to lift restrictions because they have nothing to do. They may start laying off people. I know. Hey, folks, all of our hospitals are empty. We've shown you all the footage we can of empty hospitals. We've given you absolute proof that Bill Gates is a liar. We've showed you how his campaign to commit genocide through forced vaccination is in the works, that we have to intercept it. And Donald Trump is not helping at all. He's endorsing this guy. Donald Trump wouldn't even come out and go after the director of the World Health Organization, who's a known terrorist communist from a terrorist nation. It's unbelievable. So Donald Trump not funding the World Health Organization is not helping matters. This guy thinks he's get this, he thinks he's a healthcare expert.
When I and other health experts were saying,
we don't trust you, Bill Gates, and we don't trust a guy who stole an operating system from his associate, Larry Kildall. Something's very weird about the whole story. And then when I found out that Larry Kildall died at the biker bar and they never found the person that beat him up, that raises a red flag too. Hiring a guy, possibility. Hiring a guy to beat up the guy that he took the operating system, that's a possibility. I'm alleging anything's possible at this point. Bill Gates going to prison. Absolutely. And we're going to find out, when I become president, we're going to find out exactly what is going on with the Jeffrey Epstein connection. He's been there 3 times at Orgy Island, and believe me, I was just repeating it so you can hear it. It slips by so fast. Yeah, I'll be glad to play it at normal speed for you if that makes you feel better.
To reflect a little more on the way that world leaders thus far have responded to the crisis.
well, there's the period when I and other health experts were saying that this is the greatest potential downfall the world faced, going back quite a ways with a speech in 2015. People are coming together.
Have responded to the crisis.
Well, there's the period when I and other health experts were saying.
He's not a health expert, folks. He's literally involved in a cabal of people like, you're not going to believe this, Marina Abramovich, the woman involved in the blood drinking and the urine and the semen drinking rituals, satanic rituals, she calls art. Yeah. She recently did a Microsoft commercial which was pulled off of Microsoft's YouTube account because it got 27 dislikes within about a short period of time. At the same time, Marina Abramovich was meeting for the very first time, she claims, I doubt that, with Jacob Rothschild in front of the Sir Lawrence's 1797 painting, Satan Summoning His Legions. People, these are the mark of the beast. These people are literally worshiping Satan. And I'm sorry I have to bring this to your, many of you are atheists, and frankly, I don't care if you are atheists. You probably believe there are evil people on the planet, right? You may not believe in God, but you probably also believe there are evil people on the planet. More people believe in the evil on this earth than in God, ironically. Now, I'm not saying atheists are evil. I'm saying you atheists believe that there are people out there that are evil. There are people that are evil, and they're worshiping false idols. Part of those false idols include using the power of pedophilia against people who have a lot of power. Now, when I say power of pedophilia, Jeffrey Epstein was an expert at taking videotape of people with kids. If he has some damaging footage on his backup drive that could be archived against Bill Gates, that would explain why Bill Gates did not want to vaccinate his children, according to his local physician back in the 90s, but now wants to vaccinate the world and is responsible for the killing of countless innocent children and paralysis of 496,000 Indian children recently in the past 17 years. So let's not kid ourselves. We're dealing with some pretty dark people. So we have to get real here, okay? Now, the reason why I'm saying 5G plus is because they have already laid the internet system. They've already put the grounds together. And I can tell you, if an endless attack thinks that you're phasing me, I'm more than willing to, remove you from the show incessantly. I do it. I've been removing people from the show for 12 years without even blinking an eye. So if you think you're trying to come into our show and attack us, I am very good at banning you. Don't even think. I am virtually the untrollable online personality. You're never going to be able to stop me. So if you think you're on the way to stopping me, you haven't begun. So I've been doing a little search through the Elon Musk category. And like I said earlier, Elon Musk's dad was a nuclear scientist. So is Jeff Bezos' dad. Now, they're talking about a major event hitting the Earth like an asteroid, and then they're claiming the Tesla logo on it. I'm wondering if they are getting ready to attack our world with some sort of a space-based weapon and blame it on an asteroid. That's what's really on my mind right now. Okay? So building a 5G plus system with limiters and Faraday cages is actually a small little thing I'll be doing to save the rest of humanity from a nightmare of potential fryland, microwaving the human population. I'm more than willing to talk about this crap that's going on. These people are chatting in the chat room, and I was just researching it. I spent a lot of time looking at this last night, and I get weird feelings every time I go into this. Here's a weird one. COVID-19 is the shark attacking humans. See that? The upcoming economic crisis is going to eat the COVID-19 crisis, and then climate change is going to eat that. And guess who's orchestrating climate change? The people doing chemtrails. This is the kind of stuff I have never seen sicker stuff than the Elon Musk Twitter thread that Misanthropy sent me. It's got all kinds of hidden meaning, and it's bizarre. Do I believe in aliens? No, I don't. I believe that alien life is possible outside of the Earth, and I certainly agree with the Drake equation, because mathematically it's accurate. But in no way can I in any way say that there are actual aliens walking the face of the Earth. There may be different types of human species. There may be a different species out there, unlike Homo sapien. Yeah, I'm more than inclined to believe that there's a different type of species. Ironically, when I look for the different type of species, it doesn't pop up. There's no searchable name for the name on the internet. They've scrubbed all the different types of human species there may be. We're going to have to assume that everyone's a Homo sapien, but we really don't know for sure. No, I'm sorry, Mayor Pete. You're not allowed to come in here and do that. We just secured a threat from your site. Yeah. Yeah, I have all kinds of threat potential. You can't even drop a virus on me. I'm running about 5 different shields, plus a hard drive that is absolutely invincible. Yeah, Bill and Melinda Gates are the #1 contributor to the World Health Organization. You bet they want something from that. Good point. So in no way am I trying to, make you frightened of the 5G. I'm trying to make it safe for you. When toasters first came out, they had no limits on them, no solenoids to prevent them burning up, and they started fires in houses. Similarly, we would love to be able to do this and make every 5G system, including the poles, much safer. So count on that with my administration. We won't have to rip out the infrastructure. We'll just have to make it safe, okay? There's a lot of ways around the problem that we're currently facing with these scumbags trying to electrocute the population. It's an invincible hard drive, yeah. There are safety measures built into it. All right. So do you want to do a little more journey to travel through the world of Elon Musk's contributors? Weird stuff, man. I'm telling you. If anybody's going to deploy a space-based weapon in the next 2 weeks, it would be Elon Musk. That's why I was on this as like a criminology investigation. You look for trails whenever you're looking for the perpetrator of a crime. And one of the most common features, in it's criminology 101 actually, the perpetrator will always brag about their crime. And I'm looking at that right now. David, you didn't look on Craigslist yet? What do you want to look for? Misanthropy. I wasn't aware. What were you looking for? I'll be glad to look on Craigslist. What were you looking for? That's my favorite part of the show. This is somebody bragging, S.R. Vanica bragging about the America being in the first position on the number of people who contracted the COVID and died. They couldn't even spell it right. They got the numbers wrong. That's hilarious. Do not want. Look at that. What the hell does that mean? Do not want. Isn't that weird? You're looking for a van with low miles under 10,000? Whereabouts? What area of the country? Orange County, California? I can find plenty of vans that are nice. Yes, video is down. Go here. We have a backup show over at D Live if you want to see. California mayor who compared Trump backers to KKK dies in a plane crash. Wow. Let's take a look at this. A California mayor who compared Trump backers to KKK dies in a plane crash. Wow. Thank you. Musk married his stepdaughter. I don't know. I mean, Grimes looks pretty young. Way younger than she should have been. I don't think she looks 33. How complicit is the WHO in China's coronavirus? The World Health Organization has increased to come under the spotlight in recent weeks for its role in the coronavirus outbreak, culminating in the Trump administration temporarily halting funding, but not really making a judgment about the false pandemic thing. Its role has prompted a cloud of criticism and questions over who knew what and when. Sure. The U.S. is conducting a full-scale investigation into whether the coronavirus, which went on to mutate, you mean, into a global pandemic, escaped from a lab in Wuhan. Well, this is kind of old news. Apparently that clip didn't lead anywhere. I'm more inclined to discuss the rodents that are found in the street eating each other. Okay, I'll look it up. Let's get a shag van out there, and we're doing a Sustainable Saturday show. So one of the ways I'm helping people is, you got your stimulus check, and you don't want to, you want to buy something for under $10,000. We're going to take you to Craigslist in and around California, Los Angeles, California, the city. My name's David. I'm a cop. I'm not a cop. That used to be an old show, Dragnet. Friday would say, Los Angeles, California, the city. I'm a cop. My name's Friday. I'm a cop. Well, I'm Saturday, and I'm not a cop, okay? LA, you're going to find a good van, man. You're buying too many PlayStation games lately, really? That's kind of an expensive hobby if you get PlayStation 4. Why don't you just get an Xbox 360 and buy those? Your grandfather watched Dragnet? Well, that's mighty fine of you. Yes, I definitely think that that's a good thing. Okay, let's do an RV. Van? Oh, you want a van? Okay, you don't want an actual RV. You want to customize a van. Absolutely. This would be cars and vans. Yes, autos. Cars and trucks. That'll work. Well, Xbox is, you're basically feeding into the Microsoft system. If you're really discontented with Xbox, and the Microsoft world, at PlayStation, you know, I don't know what to say. I mean, I know that Snoop Doggy Dogg was definitely upset about the Xbox servers and Bill Gates. All right? Check it out. Let's show you exactly what's going on, man.
Make me switch to PlayStation if y'all don't hurry up and get the a message to Xbox One or Microsoft or whoever the fuck. Y'all fucking server is fucking whack, man. Y'all gonna make me switch to PlayStation if y'all don't hurry up and get this shit fixed. It's that difficult to play somebody online. What the fuck is you doing, Bill Gates? Fix your shit, man. A message to Xbox One or Microsoft or whoever the fuck.
Exactly, man. And many people don't realize that Snoop Doggy Dogg looks a lot like me, man. I mean, just look at him, man. You just see this. I can do that. I can do that, baby. Yeah, I could go on right now and play with you one-on-one, Snoop, baby. We just smoke a joint, man, and just get high and just, you know, assuming you're in a legal state and all, you know what I'm saying? I just hate it when black men impersonate white men, you know? He did a really good job, though, I gotta tell you. I'm kidding. Word up. It's all in fun. It's free speech, man. I totally respect the fact that Snoop is very vocal about what he doesn't like about Bill Gates, but I wish he'd make a bigger statement about the vaccine industry. We should. You know, we don't have a lot of time, though, with 14-hour shows going nonstop every day, 7 days a week. So going back and playing a game and doing gaming would be really fun, but not exactly something I'm planning on doing anytime. I even canceled my cooking show over this. You think I want to do a show endlessly? Every day? Seriously? Well, I might consider it, yeah. Okay, we're going to shoot for something in the $10,000 range. Are you serious? You really have 10 grand for a van? Why wouldn't you just buy an RV? I mean, you have a full kitchen and everything. Why do you just want a van? I don't love it at all. In fact, I have to constantly deal with people like you. Yeah. But it's no kind of attack on David, so please don't bother going down that path. Yeah. Bottom line is, it is an attack on me. They shut the entire iVlog system down because of our show. I'm the man. People love the man. Well, nobody can do my voices, Rodney. Y'all can't get as good as the Spawn with the voices, man. I do know what happened, and you're clearly an idiot. They were overwhelmed with DDoS attacks. They were hit with a low orbit ion cannon, and you're a fool. Okay, let's keep moving on. Keep moving on. You've reached the end of the existing show. I'm now in the expired show. You want to find a van for 10 grand, man? What? You're going to buy a nice van for 10 grand. I almost have to go to the... This is going to be a hard in LA. I'm going to set the parameters here. Yeah. And I'm going to set it at a maximum of 50,000 miles on this. Because for 10 grand, you're going to get 50,000. Alright? You should be doing really well, man. Especially with the market the way it is. Now we're going to set it from top down. Yeah, we're gonna reset the parameters. Okie dokie, 10,000. I'm gonna see the first van I can find here. Under 50,000. There's no reason for you not to get a van with over 50,000. Here you go. Perfect. Perfecto. Perfecto mundo. Grazie. This is a Ford Econoline. It's a E150 cargo van, perfectly customizable. You can insulate this little puppy and have a nice little place to live. It's decent. It's sharp, too. It's got a rack for all your equipment. Sure, it was a utility van for years and probably nice interior. Wow. It's got the cage in back, too. Who doesn't want the cage? Well, I don't. Okay, so you got a cage, you got all kinds of equipment in there. It's all set to, start your own shop. Fully licensed. Title is intact. Total of $9,950. It's smog checked too. Just past smog. All ready to go to work. Air conditioning works perfectly, okay? I think that's your best bet, man. Let me make sure the mileage is right. Odometer has 107 miles on it. Oh, it's 107,000. Screw that. Forget that. No, I'm not going to give you this one. I said 50,000, man. I said 50,000 on the odometer, and it spit back the wrong thing, man. Craig's just messing with me, man. 107,000 miles. Look at that 1971 International Travel Law. They want 9,800 for that thing? You got to be kidding me. Oh, that's the biggest gas hog on earth. That's not worth 9,800. Y'all live in Los Angeles, man. You think your car is worth money when it doesn't. It's not worth nothing except whatever you ask for it. 177,000 on this? No. Wow, this is 1 year newer. This is almost like my van. That guy wants 9,500 in Monterey, California for this van. This is how mine was. As a Westphalia. It looks a lot like mine. That's the engine, man. I spent many an hour working on that engine. It's got the dual Holley carbs, too. Those are nice. It's not worth $9,800, but I mean, look at that. It's trashed. Mine was customized. I sold it for $1,000 back in 1982. But the interior looks identical to my interior. He pulled the refrigerator out. Not a lot of rust. It's actually not a bad, it's, for the bare bones, that's really kind of a nice little collectible, but not worth it. Wow, there's not a lot of vans in LA. I better take you to Orange County, man. They were not dual carbed. The Holley carburetor dual carb was developed as an aftermarket feature for the Volkswagen system. You clearly are retarded. No, just a couple times discount. Yeah, not a lot. Well, I never really liked the old one-night stand thing, I mean, nobody really wants to hang out with somebody and use a bottle of Jergens lotion for sex, Ram ProMaster. Now you're talking. Oh, yeah. 24,000 on this puppy. Is it damaged or what? Let's take a look. Looks like it's had a car accident. Front panel's caved in. But only 24,000 and a possibility to rebuild your entire inside. Let's take a look and see if it's working. There's a lot of space in there, man. Beautiful cargo, no time to fix it, bargain price, very low miles. Is salvage. It doesn't even run. Yeah, that literally knocked the engine out. Yeah, it's been an accident. Some guy was probably driving it over to his customizer saying, "Oh, this is so cool, I can't..." Do you want the link to it? Do you want to fix it up? Because that's the perfect vehicle to actually have a tiny house in. A tiny van in. Yeah. Well, this is Sustainable Saturday, folks. I'd take a little extra time to give you guys an idea of what you can buy for a good price. LA is not the best market for a van. I can do better where I am up where I live, but honestly, this covers the whole area. Okay, this looks pretty good. 50,000 miles, 8,500 on this one. This is only 50,000 miles. It's a 2010 cargo van. Kind of like the one we were just looking at. Looked like it'd been used for a road work. But low miles. Yep, you got those things. You just haul those out and build your custom. I think this is the van you want, Misanthropy. Yeah, here we go. Clean title, 50,000. He's in Norwalk. Runs and drives good, clean title, yeah. 8,500 bucks. I just saved you 1,500. You're welcome. That's a good van. That's got low miles. Seriously. That's in Norwalk, right near the mental hospital, Metro Mental Hospital. Yeah, if you get there and you have a mental breakdown in the van, realizing you spent all your money on it and you're like totally burnt out, you can just go to the Metro, check in, and they'll keep you with an involuntary hold for the rest of your life. And then you'll be titled a COVID-19 victim and sent off to the incinerator. But it's a really nice area, Norwalk. Lovely mental hospital. Very nice. Walmart and Sam's Club are employees being required to wear face masks to work. Yeah, I see that. I went shopping today at my local market, and one of the ladies there had a panic attack putting on an air mask. Seriously. And she said, yeah, earlier today I had a panic attack. I didn't really want to wear one. It's tough when you got to go to work in this environment. Hats off to all the people working right now. You're making less money than the stimulus people. Okay, this has been great fun. Thanks for letting me do an extended show, because I don't really have enough time to talk about all the things that I want to talk about every night. I really need an extended time to talk more about how this guy's pretty much a New World Order puppet working for the Russians. He's promoting Bill Gates, the center of the genocidal mania of the forced vaccination programs.
Organization, I would increase funding. If you had a guy like Bill Gates leading the World Health Organization, I would increase funding. Bill Gates.
Sounds like he's jerking his monkey on Bill Gates there. Yeah, he's really a mess. That guy sold his soul to the New World Order. So did Mitch McConnell. They're the reason why we still have Donald Trump as the brainless president that we have. Oh, I decided to close the entire economy, no problem, because it was the right thing to do. And I'm very glad that now we had the greatest economy in the world, and now it's no longer the greatest economy in the world. Meanwhile, they're pitching their COVID vaccine in the name itself. COVID-19 stands for Certificate of Vaccination ID 2019. Who would have ever thought that the perpetrators that released the virus would be so stupid as to name their goal of a vaccination, which, by the way, you cannot build a vaccination for something that's mutated or mutating. It's impossible. So not only is there bad science involved here, and Bill Gates is kind of a moron who never graduated from college, whereas I'm a genius who never graduated from college. Big difference. Right. I'm proud of the fact I didn't graduate from college, but Bill Gates, he didn't have to. His dad let him cheat and take a perfectly good program built by Larry Kildall, buy a bootleg copy of it and send it to IBM, and then sell him all kinds of bootleg copies of it. I mean, I don't know anybody who's made more money off cheating than Bill Gates. And that's why Lindsey Graham really likes him. He's his favorite guy.
Bill Gates. And
let's not forget, this was artificially induced.
So, he just said it was artificially induced. He's talking about the pandemic.
Yes, he is.
This was artificially induced. We just said, they said, close it down. You have to close it down. We closed it down. This was artificially induced. We just said, they said, close it down. You have to close it down. We closed it down.
So who are they, Donald? Your handlers at the New World Order? Who told you to close our economy down, and what precedent did it have in history? There is no precedent for an economy being closed down over a virus. This is outrageous. It's just as outrageous as this evidence that shows that Bill Gates may very well have been a genocidal, alleged eugenicist a long time ago. Look what he wrote in the George magazine created by John F. Kennedy Jr. He was asked, what would the world be like? Worst case scenario. This was written in 1997. He said to John F. Kennedy, he said, worst case scenario, an overpopulated planet choked to extinction by a lung-attacking virus. And there's evidence that Dr. Fauci also telegraphed this in 2017, which shows intent and would be enough to prosecute him in a court like The Hague. We have proof of intent, modus operandi. They have the means. They've been planning it. They even named it. COVID-19, after certification of vaccination ID. I mean, how foolish can you be? And then Donald Trump unconstitutionally asks us to stop going around, walking around and engaging in assembling. And all the governors didn't get any guidance from Trump, and he just said all of us have to stay in our house, which is a gross violation of our Constitution. And on top of it, now Donald Trump, believe it or not, of the unthinkable, a president, a standing president, is asking the people of this country to protest and rise up. Inciting a riot. Donald Trump is now trying to incite the very conditions that would lead to martial law. This is like one nightmare after another just playing out right in front of our very eyes. This is the worst scenario our country could possibly be in right now. It's pronounced Huawei. That's right. COVID is a family. Take your family and stick it right back where it came from, okay? Your Corona family. Yeah, take your entire Corona family and take it back to the virology lab in Wuhan that our government spent $3 million supporting. I know. We brought that up too. The virology lab in Wuhan, it doesn't necessarily have a Chinese connection. You know that, right? Oh yeah, this is part of the deal. Check this out. This is going to shock you. You think Dr. Fauci's on the up and up? He's part of the plot to impregnate the entire world with an infection that only they can solve. This is what the Illuminati and the New World Order does. They create the problem that only they can solve. It's out of their playbook. Dr. Anthony Fauci's NIAID gave $3.7 million to scientists at the Chinese Wuhan lab at the center of the coronavirus outbreak. This is insane, folks. Yeah. So yeah, when China says that the U.S. has a fingerprint on this, I absolutely agree with China on this. I'm not going to blame China right now for not telling us the true stats. I really don't think it's appropriate for me to cast aspersions against China at this point when we find out that our government's been complicit in this attack on our own people and our amendments, First, Second, and Fourth Amendments. Trump is selling puzzles? Really? We got a puzzle in a time of crisis. The fraud face on it. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, you're right. America did create it. And like I said from the beginning, the U.S. was dealing with a problem with the Gates Foundation that may be traced to the early days in 2003 of the Mossad working directly with the Chinese in a lab in Hanoi. This goes back way back to 2003, man. And if the U.S., CIA, and Mossad forces were working with the Chinese back then, that would be the origin of this virus. And by the way, it's mutating. And because Donald Trump won't say that, he's complicit in denying us information about it. Wouldn't you like to know that this is mutating? It's using an RNA messenger unit to change and develop into all kinds of different variants. And by the way, your body will kick this virus. If you're healthy, you will have no problem with it. It's not like the end of the world. But for people like 75% of the people in Italy who had more than two or more illnesses, it was devastating. Especially since Italy was looking for more money from the EU, they wanted to, pump up the numbers. And that's true with nipple piercing. Mr. Nipple Piercing, Andrew Cuomo. He's pumping up the numbers for New York right now. Well, they're padding all the numbers. And now the truth about the Gates Foundation. They're like the number one funder of the World Health Organization. Seriously. They're all in cahoots, people. The World Health Organization, Bill Gates, it's all a big plan to stick needles in the American people's arms. And if Donald Trump doesn't say on Monday, when he makes his speech, if he doesn't announce that, I won't ever force vaccinate, then you Republicans will know for sure that Donald Trump is going to screw you over and force vaccinate, or try to. So I'm urging everybody to stand down. Don't go out protesting outside your car. Really. If you are protesting outside your car, you're vulnerable. Do what a lot of people are doing, civil disobedience. Go out in your car, drive around with the air conditioning on, enjoy the day with your family, get some sightseeing in, use some of that cheap gas, go to the food bank and get your free box of food, whatever. Seriously, I'm just glad we got some food in our food banks, but seriously, do what is called civil disobedience. Don't get violent, whatever you do. Donald Trump is inciting violence by his actions right now. Telling the American people to go out and protest. I never asked you to do that. I never asked you to rise up. This is an act, a felony act by our president. Is never in our history has a president urged the people to rise up. Never. Unless he wants to create the environment for martial law. Now, he hasn't declared martial law, like I said, so all your amendments are in force right now. There's no way they can tell you have to stay in your house by law. Screw them! You can be civilly disobedient. Perfectly legal. So this connection to the World Health Organization is very real. And we have to look at it as a very viable connection to the source of this dangerous thing that we're now all dealing with. It's more dangerous for our economy to be shut down than for us to be dealing with any type of an infection, frankly. We stand a greater chance of shortages of food now, and people are going hungry in various parts of the country. Yeah, we don't want violence. We want to simply do what is Mahatma Gandhi did this, and it works great against these scumbags. He took down the British Empire in India. We can do the same with the New World Order here in America. I have a vision for this nation that I will lead this country. I haven't been doing this for free, for nothing. I really believe in my vision. I believed it from the very time I got my vision for this country. And I really believe my visions come true. So you may think I'm off my gourd or something, but I've seen many things come true. I even predicted things along the way over this time of our show. You've seen, I've talked about how we would have I discussed all kinds of things that would happen in our country. The possibility of the breakdown of our economy due to Donald Trump's ineptitude. I predicted that. I said that Donald Trump would never, ever repeal Obamacare. I was right about that. Yeah, I've been making solid predictions about the course of our country ever since the beginning of our show. So I really have a feeling this is the right path for me, and I'm the guy for you. So if you don't believe in what I'm doing, I kind of feel sorry for you. But look at that. World Health Organization, Gates Foundation, now the second largest funder after the U.S. government. So we've been using U.S. dollars to dump into the World Health Organization. They ignored Taiwan's statement that human-to-human transfer was possible in January 1st. And it was until mid-January we finally heard about this, when we ourselves, our nation, knew about it in November. That shows you how incompetent Trump was. Trump allegedly told Israel, and they ignored it too back in November. If China was telling the world about this, and where we knew about it, intelligence, we needed to gear up for it in ways that would stop traffic into our country. Trump hasn't even stopped the traffic into our country. We still see flights coming in with passengers on it from Seoul, South Korea. I just showed you one tonight. All these companies are funding it. The people that make money on big pharma and vaccines that are sucking off the taxpayer dollars. Look at this. It's like a Rockefeller Foundation, everybody just throwing a little bit of money into it so that the World Health Organization can hire a terrorist from a communist nation and make him the director and then stick it to us, literally with needles. Yeah, some of the recovered patients are testing positive. By the way, the coronavirus will come back. I had it in the 80s. I had a variant of this in the 80s. You can get it again and again if you don't take care of yourself. It's not uncommon for the coronavirus to return in a person's body. It lingers dormantly in your nerve cells, just like chickenpox. Well, Jeff, we know that you're alive, so. I figured it all out, Jeff, but you know, at this point, I'm less concerned about you than I am about Bill Gates, to be honest. You getting out of jail with the help of James Comey's daughter covering the tape, I know. You getting out of jail with the help of James Comey's daughter, the prosecutor in your case, getting rid of that tape of you leaving in the van, that's the least of my concerns right now, frankly. I'm more concerned about William Barr and how he's covering for you. I'm more concerned about Donald Trump and how he's doing the bidding of the New World Order. I'm really more concerned about the course our country's on right now than I am about your activities on Little St. James Island. As much as it was a problem and still is, whatever's going on there, we'll eventually find out. You know that, right? I'm like the inevitable. I'm the constant thing that you'll always have to deal with, Jeff. But you're not high on my list right now of people that are screwing this country over. And I'm not going to sit back and take it. Well, the fact that Bill and you have a relationship is very, very suspicious. So the first thing we're going to look into as a subpoena will be to get Bill Gates to address your relationship with him. Yeah, I'm going to roll that rock over because that's a bigger rock. Bill Gates is attempting to commit genocide by pushing an ID, a COVID ID on the human population. I'm sorry, but he just ran into the biggest brick wall he'll ever run into, me. I'm built like a brick shithouse, and I'm more than capable of defending myself against anybody. Now, if you think that you can go ahead and take my amazing ability down, good luck trying. because I'm about ready to blow into the mainstream media, and we will change the course of American history. And I urge all of you to realize that this third party will unite this country. We're not going to be able to get any answers for this stuff until we get a third party, folks. So this is front row center. And your civil disobedience is whatever you want it to be. If you don't want to be disobedient, of course, stay at home and hide. But if you want to be active politically, get online, talk about our third party, tell people what I'm doing and how I've been censored for the past 12 years. I know all about it, Jeff. The attempting part is what they do. We're well aware of the plan, and it's not going to work. There's a little problem with your plan. Number one, I have seen the future, and it doesn't work. Your plan fails. There are going to be some structural changes to the United States. I will agree with that. As your leader, I will be making some structural changes to the United States, but it won't be for the New World Order. It'll be for the simplification and operationability of our nation. And we will show you how strong America is, because you've been running around stifling my growth by censoring me. You have no idea what I can do beyond this little site right here. I'm just waiting to, break out into the mainstream media. I'm actually holding my skills down most of the time. Oh, I agree. It's not your plan. I know you haven't censored me. But Jeff, this is the thing. You hold the keys to their plan. Any kind of compromising information you may have against Bill Gates or anyone else, those are the keys that they possess. That's the deal. You hold the keys to their little game plan. That's where you come in. You know that's why you're used from the very beginning when you started doing it with Ghislaine Maxwell. You know exactly what you've been doing too, and we know what you've been doing. It's all out in the open now. Even the fact that you're not even dead, that's out in the open too. So right now you're not on the list of people that I'm concerned about. I'm more concerned about anybody trying to commit treason against our country. And if you have any information at all, you need to make that public to the right authorities. You probably have enough information to remain completely safe where you are based on all the intelligence you've got and connections you've got. But if you've got information about Bill Gates, you need to bring that out right now. It's important. It gets to the right people too. It's the only way you're going to save us from the throes or the throngs of this beast that's trying to take over the world. I am David, and we are taking on Goliath. And I don't mind telling you, these people are a corporate behemoth that they just don't have any clue what they're dealing with me. They haven't even fully examined my bio. They have no idea what they're dealing with. The fact that these people think that they can threaten me and censor me, it's not going to last. There's no way. I will prevail. And it's not going to be pretty for a lot of you people. But I'll be fair too. Yeah, I have to get to the bottom of this. Now, I'm going to play all of you a video that I can't play tonight. I'm not going to play the president saying we had a great nation. That's very demoralizing. We shut it down. We had a great nation. I won't play that. I played it once in the show. I can't even play that video. I'm going to play you the Eurovision 2018-2019 event where Madonna was on stage, and they telegraphed, these New World Order elite scumbag pigs telegraphed what they're going to do to the human race. I will play that to you right after I sign off, okay? Enjoy, everybody. You will see a video that's been censored and shut down on YouTube, and I'm just going to play it for you. All right? We can't put it on our YouTube show because they will put a strike on my account if I play it for you. So I'm going to leave you with one thought tonight. What does this mean? It's Elon Musk's tweet account, Oh God, the Economy, and it has an asteroid hitting the Earth, what looks like an atomic explosion occurring at the top. Are they planning an attack on the human race? Are they planning a neutron bomb? Because that technology supposedly kills everybody on Earth and then leaves the buildings standing. Are they really trying to do that? Seriously? I don't know, man. When I see things like this, it belies a deeper and more sinister plan put out by the most evil and twisted and upside down people on Earth. I'm not going to stand for it, no. We're going to reveal everything we can. We're not going to stand around and ignore it either. You'll get real, true accountability from America's third party, I assure you. All of you will. And we're uniting everybody under the banner of getting our country's Bill of Rights back on track. Because being attacked by unknown foreign assailants, I'm more than willing to field the ultimate solution right now. In fact, I'm telling governors that this is the way to go. I'm going to be writing a letter to all the governors of the United States in a little bit. I'm going to send it out. Every one of them is going to get this letter. And what I'm proposing is a continental convention to build a new amendment to the Constitution. That's what I'm proposing. Now, it may sound a little outlandish to some people, but Article 5 of the Constitution gives the states the power to call a convention to propose amendments. Yes. And this is something that I believe we all have to look at as a viable alternative, because our president has become next to useless. And our Congress has proven to be all on the take. Look at the $2.3 trillion they just took out, and they're giving it mostly to corporations. This is what I propose. Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution gives states the power to call a convention of states to propose amendments. It takes 34 states to call the convention and 38 to ratify any amendments that are proposed. This is the proposed 28th Amendment, the end of foreign tyranny and the reestablishment of the United States of America from bankruptcy. I'll be talking more about this tomorrow on our Sunday show. Yes. Thank you. We will talk about this at every level in the future too. I believe we have to expurge the foreign governments that are controlling us, and one of the details in the amendment will be to make sure that no one can get funding from super PACs that are foreign based. It's hard to believe, but Brett Kavanaugh oversaw a case in 2011 where all foreign governments can fund U.S. elections, and he gave the approval for that. That's got to stop. The reason why our president's still our president, even though he's incompetent, is because they get money from Russians. Democrats get money from Russians and Ukrainians. Joe Biden has gotten money from the Ukrainian government. This goes on all the time. That's got to stop. So ending the foreign tyranny and the reestablishment of the United States of America from bankruptcy. We've been bankrupt as a nation since March 9th, 1933. We just simply do a Chapter 11 on the United States of America, rebuild the very backbone of our country's economy. Write off the debts that we have with the United States Corporation and resolve the ones that are critical to trade relations with China and other countries. I don't plan on sticking anybody with anything. But once we get ahead of this problem, we can get back on our own track, our own footing, and we can build an infrastructure bank that doesn't leach money left and right into the hands of Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley. Because right now we're paying commission on everything we grab. Our country's being literally milked to death by corporations that are sucking money out of our tax coffers, and we can barely meet the interest on our debt. So this is a real awakening for a lot of people, and I think we've got the future, and it's definitely bright if we pursue this track. You're fortunate enough to have a person with my intelligence leading this entire parade. Most people couldn't even understand the depth of this problem. I not only know the depth of the problem, I know how to get out of it. And I spent a great deal of time thinking my way through this problem, and believe me, it is a problem. But we have to start getting busy and start thinking of our country as a united front. Because the people that are plotting against us right now are working on their big plan. And Bill Gates is part of it. When these two met in front of this painting by Sir Thomas Lawrence called Satan Summoning His Legions, they were sending a message to the American people that they own us. And it's completely upside down. I'm sorry, but we cannot possibly allow this. This is not going to happen under my watch. And as far as the 5G network, like I said, we're going to make sure it's safe. Okay? Okay, I'll play that video for you tonight. Yep. Eurovision coming up right after this. Okay, David Sponheim signing off. A little taste of the Can't Stop song, as much as I can play without them monetizing me, and I'll see you guys later. Take care. Good night. 11 o'clock in the morning, we're up and running. You join us.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.